and each manufacturer has a sort of a loose set of rules. I'll say it's loose because there's always space for us to sort of slightly veer, slightly
what I'm going to do.
Well, I think, like you were saying earlier, manufacturers change with time as well as
evolve.
Yeah, it's not like every ship came out the
exact
same day.
I was going to invite you to a party.
Playing game.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, that's kind of what I like about Star Citizen.
It says you're online but away, but I can't.
Kind of like design,
the only thing they let me do is to remove you as a friend.
Yeah, and it's nice that when we work narrative and they're like, oh, well, actually it's based on this old design, or whether it's a new stuff. So, one of the early requirements from John, which you can see here in this fabulous designer art,
top quality design block.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm not sure about that shade of green, but not quite anvil, but. Basically, this is super easy for us, and also, because we're working with a contractor, about sort of laying out the limits of, because we always, we like to make ships big, so it's always, okay, we've got our metrics, it has to fit within this, like, whatever you do, make it cool, but it has to fit within these bounds.
Yeah, it was quite strict on the landing pad size, but you need to fit a number of ships in it, but also make sure that it really kind of stayed within its. Otherwise, John will give us big slap wrists.
I'll come after you.
Yeah.
Because on that image there, you can see there's the red box, which is the maximum bounds that the ship can be. If you go outside that, it literally won't fit through the hangar doors and ceiling. So obviously it has to be in there, and that's a max, not a goal to hit, because we've ended up in the past with ships that have a centimetre or two's clearance right at the edge. So when you're coming in and out of the hangar, you just clip as soon as you clip one side of it, then it throws it into the other one.
It makes it difficult.
And you can see there for the extra small landing pads, the green size. So once you've got 3 of them, so at this point in the design brief, it was just 3 extra small ships. By the time you've got these 3 green, and they have some Z height to them, which I didn't put in here. By the time you've got these green blocks, so like, you've got to have space for these, and also got to fit in this. Then you sort of start funneling yourself into.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, you provided a reference image right at the start, which is of military hovercraft.
Yeah, the American. I can't remember if it's the Navy or the Army.
Yeah, and so that was like, I mean, people will see straight away the correlation between the two and the sort of influence, but it also makes sense, right?
It's a very functionality. I'd say it's a very functional ship, isn't it? So, and it feels like say, obviously, the real life version has been made for that function, and this kind of follows suit. Yeah,
definitely. And so, we'll basically be looking at some of our exterior options, and again, it's always, it's quite difficult when you have something like that reference image of the military hovercraft, because instantly it sits in your mind. And you sort of get, sort of stuck in that thinking, and so part of my job is also to sort of push the concept artists and say, right, okay, well, what about this? What about that? I think it's always it's always a sort of dual role. We sort of you work together, and kind of 2 minds is always better than one, right? So in this case, we're sort of looking at this is a sort of first stab at it, so there's a lot of similarity with the Valkyrie, so there's the Valkyrie engines. It's pretty standard, it's just one floor plate, and it's symmetrical. Then we look at some cleaner stuff. It's not, it's a nice design, but doesn't really speak of anvil to me. I mean, but it's cool. I like it. There's some interesting
Certainly
things.
Very hovercrafty.
Yeah. I think just too simple for.
Too wedgy.
Yeah. This one was asymmetrical version. Got that massive tank on the side. What it does, I'm not quite sure at this point, but it's it's just visual exploration. We've got the asymmetrical wings. Again, sort of interesting stuff. At this point, we're starting to push into like terrapin territory. So we've got sort of essentially like the bridge, and it's kind of like got a cowl. It's like a sort of it's kind of like the little turtle head from the terrapin. and sort of mixing and matching. And so, it's kind of interesting. Again, we're doing these things rapidly, so
has some pros and cons design wise, well, because obviously we have the
I gotta
XY
go
metric,
grab
we also
some
have the Z
drinks.
So the lower
and
gauge or across like
see
one
where I'm
so
at.
you could
I'm not
choose.
too sure.
But then decided to.
Well, we had a bit of space. Well,
had a bit of space.
basically,
Hello.
the concept guy went rogue. I was like, oh,
It's going good, thanks. I mean,
Yeah, it does look cool. Yeah.
hello.
All right, John, can we have this?
Hey, how's it going?
I've just
Right.
gone away
It's
and
going
done
good.
this,
Teaching I the mean, bananas to be yellow.
Just setting up.
It's
It took me a while. I had
the cargo storage room.
things to do.
Yeah.
Right.
A good
Oh, teaching the bananas to be yellow.
save.
Well, we want, I mean, you know, for me as an
I'm trying
architect,
to
I
find
want
where this
Well, you
feedback
sound
loop
good
is
here.
coming from.
feel like the can.
I got
Oh, okay.
doubles
Yep.
somewhere. And I, think
I mean,
it's an open
Here we've got fully loaded carry.
The core of what that ship is. For you have these smaller carrier-borne ships is what Chris likes to call them. Like
two of them.
they're not deep space fighters. They can't go long distances by themselves. They need to
I didn't.
from
I didn't really have time to do the
So
assets thing.
unless you suddenly got an idea.
Just kind of went for it. I didn't.
This
I was kind of really have time to unprepared do today, the so I just kind of
going through these
threw it all assets together. thing.
wide and long.
The important thing is to take part of all of the cool things happening.
Unprepared
today, so I just kind
of.
I'm heading on into the game now to just kind of travel around and see if there's anything going on in any conference facility. Things happening.
All your stuff from
Yeah,
point A
it's
to point
true.
B.
I'm heading on into the game now to We don't just know. kind of travel around and see if there's anything going on in any conference facility.
50, 100.
When's
stops
when's this wipe coming?
in one of these. And
Yeah, I mean, what we need to do is figure out how to spend all the money.
Trading is working, but I don't want to touch anything.
Right.
That's gonna wipe, take all our money. So.
That's a fun one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
like
like
shootout.
Figure out how to spend all the money. Whoa!
That's
I just heard like a big
Buy
bang.
all the weapons that you can.
Yeah, like shootout.
designed for hauling.
Whoa!
3 spaceships.
I just heard like a
and
big
seven
bang.
aircraft,
I am at.
long distance.
Is it in the stream?
3 spaceships.
I am at.
Feedback loop is still there. I'm trying to figure out where it is.
Talk about
Is it
the
in the
motion on
stream?
them. It's that ship that's been around
Are you live?
For a long
I,
time.
I closed all of the web browsers, so.
Okay.
I've been waiting quite a while for this.
Yeah, we haven't really shown
Are you live?
beyond.
I am.
Concept images, so.
Okay.
No, and I think
Trying to figure out where.
this is
Let me check my audio.
second round on this. So
Yes, audio.
I think maybe like 3 years ago
Okay,
we did an
Twitch is
initial
good.
concept
Yeah.
round.
Around the time of Defender.
Do that.
I can't actually remember.
So long ago.
Yeah, but sure. Let's. I think fun's gonna.
Gotta reduce the
So, there's a few
resolution
things that
here.
need to be updated for the merchantman. Obviously, we've talked about this many times in the past. As stars
stands for a mix of RTS, the game genre, which takes the inspiration from its map editor system, and Star.
Got full volume if anything comes up.
Are to replace our previous placement system based on prefabs to a better object container-oriented solution. As our previous system was based on prefabs, any changes to location was source of issue, as it needs to re-enable the whole set of data to have things like missions or shops to work again. With this new system, any change will be easily manageable and won't require us to redo work when a change is made. Plus,
here we go.
Now object container oriented.
Yep.
It can be used for outpost, caves, or even derelicts, and more. It works as a modular system where locations will in fact be made of small elements that will be placed just like you do in City Builder RTS editor. In a matter of minutes, we now have a new location where we can now create a bunch of cool kit. Let's go to Mark, who will tell us about the connector system.
Thanks, Morgan. So, I'm Mark. I'm also a tools developer for the Plant Tech team. Do you know what's better than placing everything by hand? Not placing everything by hand. In order to do that, we use what we call connectors. Basically, artists create small parts of homesteads that we can then snap together. Every part is modular, so we can interchange multiple ones in order to have procedural homesteads. Every change is very simple. We can change the whole inside of a homestead, or only a building that is part of a homestead. In that way, it's very easy to make a lot of different buildings. Once something is connected, it is considered part of the whole. So it moves as one, it can be deleted and changed, and it's basically all for connectors. So back to you, Morgan.
And last but not least, some of you might have noticed that the UI is not looking quite like an engine UI.
BRB.
That's normal, as it's based on our in-game UI tech building blocks, and that for a reason. Well, today it's being used by our developers. One day, when it's ready and been roughly tested internally, we'll make a version available to you, the player. And Rasta is what will make you a pioneer. Thank you for watching. We are very excited about the tech we've shown you today, and we hope you enjoy the rest of Digital CitizenCon.
So this was a small sample of what our team is working on. I hope you have enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon, and thanks for watching.
I'm grabbing this 400.
No, it's not me. It's time for...
Mount my Redeemer.
Push up. Moving. I got you covered. Pushing. Got visual on the bridge door. Going in. Get down on the ground. Hands where we can see them. No sudden moves. What is this? It's goddamn failure, that's what it is. Command, the target is gone.
Bring it back.
Blast it. The hub's still on. When you catch this bastard, you will run out of my connection.
Tired of that same old commuter train? Feel like you're just one in the crowd? Was that burrito the best thing about your day? Out on the frontier, there are opportunities aplenty if you know where to look, and if you've got somebody to help you find them. Somebody to pick you up when you're down. Somebody to watch your back out there in the black. Using across our industrial, security, exploration, and merchant divisions. So if you think you've got what it takes to make it on the frontier, think Frontier Consolidated.
It started in Port Olisar.
I miss anything good?
The first case was 6 years ago.
No.
Knows what happened. He just dropped dead.
Now it's spread through the Stanton system.
I've seen it hundreds of times. Last words are...
No one tried to destroy your ship either.
Well, I hope not. It is armistice zones at least.
We followed an elite team of researchers in a race to contain it.
Also,
Why can't I recreate it?
well, typically Evocati don't attack each other, but now other people are logging in, so I guess, who knows?
In time.
Man, that's a pretty ship.
She purdy.
Are you struggling with your career out in the verse? We are too.
So this is Space Tomato ad.
To help. The Garden Interstellar Initiative. The Garden Interstellar does not guarantee fruits of
Mr. Whiskey and Cigarettes himself. I mean, not that I mean his life, but I mean he sounds really deep.
And hey, at least we all know what my surprised voice sounds like now. That was new. That was the Planet Tech panel, and the big news watching the chat was clearly Rastar, the beginnings of which will one day let players build their own outposts like the ones we've seen, and others still yet to come. But up next, the cosplay contest returned this year, and it's been open for a couple months now. So the community team narrowed it down to a couple finalists, and then their panel of judges have selected the winners. And I was not asked to judge this year. Why was I not asked to judge this year? It might be because they figured out I was buzzed on British cough syrup during the 2019 event. Could hardly tell. So let's take a look now at some of the finalists.
How high I gotta get out of the app mode before I can jump?
150?
Yeah, it's about right. I know it's around 150, 160. Because that's usually when I was 30K.
Oh?
I guess I shouldn't have said that out loud.
What's your altitude now? 110?
108.
Okay.
109.
The 109.
110.
All right, and the winners. Let's see what we have here. In third place, Calamity.
The official highway speed in Scandinavia.
All about armors and weapons. Sometimes you just have to look good on the dance floor.
Those clothes are terrible. Don't copy Star Citizen clothes.
Diabolus.
I know, right?
Back again, and always a force to be
That's a
reckoned
cool
with.
helmet, though.
This time rocking Legacy Heavy Outlaw armor.
I don't particularly like that helmet, but
You can't just
still cool.
laser sword, can
Hey, there's the laser sword I mentioned earlier.
Finally, in first place, it's OG Star Citizen Ken Shadow, who returns with a Grey Cat Aerial armor, complete with backpack created through a combination of EVA foam, 3D printed
Why is that
PLA,
backpack
and
so
core
large?
resin for the clear pieces.
Yeah,
It's gonna fall over.
True story. I once spent the day pushing Ken Shadow around Disneyland in a wheelchair, but he never actually explained to me what his injury was. It's possible I was taken advantage of.
Right.
Now, congratulations to all the winners, but there's still a fan favorite award. You can head over to the website now and cast your vote.
That's a good idea. Just show up in a wheelchair, don't tell them what's wrong with you, and then they'll push you around all day. Perfect.
But I'm gonna assume it's a 15-minute call with Tyler Wicken to ask all the when questions you could ever want. Congratulations, everyone. Up next, it's one folks have been waiting for. Paul Rendell and Benoit Beauséjour take us through the programming and engineering looking glass with server meshing in the state of persistence.
Oh yeah, server meshing.
Server meshing.
Wow, is that thing slow? Are you pushing like
the concept of
less than
server,
100?
which has been ingrained since the beginning, has changed to become a mesh of servers.
Yes.
So how do we solve
What?
this? The answer should be simple.
Can't you even, like boost it?
Hi, my name is Paul Reindel, and I'm
That's
the
more
Director
like
of
it.
Online Technology here at CH.
Yeah, but for how long?
This year's CitizenCon
Yeah, but it's pretty decent, that boost, right?
some insight into our exciting persistent streaming.
3 times the speed now.
In this talk, I will cover a quick overview
Just,
of the
recommended.
server architecture and how
Yeah,
we plan to transform
why
the
not?
existing
Adjust
tech into
your
what we call persistent
power.
streaming
Hello,
server.
adjust your power to recharge
I
quicker.
also have Benoit Beauséjour with me, who later will give you more insight into the graph database that is powering
Prioritize engines.
Hey Ben, how's it going?
Hi Paul. Hi
That's
everybody.
Shields, right?
I'm super excited to share some of the details about what the game services team at Turbulent has been working on to support the efforts to build this technology and make it a reality.
There's engines on the left now.
Let's get started.
They used to be put down, right?
Before we look into persistent streaming and server meshing and how this new technology
There we go.
will work, let's have a
It's
brief
gonna
look at
fill up your boost so quickly now.
Each solar system can be seen as one giant level,
Is it?
containing every single object from the sun to the wind to a rock. Stanton is one
At
line.
the speed of.
Since this is a lot of data, the setup split up into a hierarchy of nested object containers, which can be streamed in and out individually. If you look at an abstract view of Stanton, it all starts with one solar system root object.
Oh, that's nice.
This object container
Have you had
contains
words with your
planets and
provider?
moons around each planet. Each of those locations then has its own object container, and if you take a closer look at a moon, you will find the entities placed around the moon inside this object container. For example, a space station over the moon.
Right.
This setup
You
keeps
sure will.
repeating. The space station could be set up via multiple rooms, each defined by its own object container.
Oh, looks like I
Additionally
can
to the static
jump
hierarchy
finally.
of object containers,
Yep.
there are
You're
also
flying with
dynamic
that
entities which bring
boost.
the universe to life. NPCs, an interactive vending machine, and of course players in space.
You know, we're so reliant on boost
Most
these
of these
days.
entities
It's
are
really
linked
made a
to
difference
hierarchy
now.
as well.
It's not
For example, the
calibrating.
player has its body and undersuit
Is it?
and armor attached to it.
Maybe it's
All
not
target entities.
aligned properly. Just move
Streaming
around a little
system
bit.
treats these mini hierarchies as streaming groups to make sure that an object like a spaceship is always treated as one unit. Loading the entirety of Stanton into memory and simulating every single entity would be very expensive, especially on the client, but also on a single server.
Is your jump drive even on?
That's why we developed entity bind culling and object container streaming, which allows
Can
us to
you
stream
turn it
object
off?
containers and streaming groups individually. When the game server starts, all entities
Well, you know,
and
is it
object
spooled?
containers
And now
on
it
the server
started
system are loaded
calibrating.
into local memory of that game
And then it stopped.
These
at
entities are not
72.
streamed in. We just
Yeah, but
store
saying
them in
you're
state in
off
server.
course, right?
Oh,
When the
there it
player
goes.
connects, we
I'm
create
not
a so-called
aligned.
streaming bubble around that player, and object containers as well as streaming
It was
groups that are
hanging up.
visible from
I
the
don't know why.
player's point of view are considered
I think
inside
the cursor is not showing you correctly what you're aiming at.
inside the bubble. will
It
stream
never
its
has.
content, And any streaming group
If you use like,
will also be streamed in on the server.
you know, an eye tracker or a head tracker, then you can compensate.
Entities are considered inside the streaming bubble if their projected screen size on a virtual 1080p plane is larger than 5 pixels based on distance.
I don't like the eye tracker.
So while a large object like a moon will be
Because
considered
if you
inside the bubble,
have to realign it
a small
constantly.
object like a ship
Right.
will only
Do
be
you have a
considered
HOTAS?
inside when it's much closer to the player.
No.
When the player
Okay.
starts moving across
What about
entities that leave
what if
the
you just hit
streaming
Z
bubble become
and
unbound,
then
and the replication
move your
layer will remove
straight
these
ahead
entities
slightly off center, like to where you think it's going to be, and then hit Z again?
bound to the client,
Maybe that'll
which allows
help.
the network layer to replicate these entities to the client,
That doesn't
effectively
do
streaming
anything.
them in.
Oh,
We call
so the
this
cursor
technique
doesn't move with
ancient
you.
bind culling,
No.
because streaming on the client
Interesting.
is driven by the network layer, binding and unbinding entities.
When you're in a head
Entities
tracking
are
mode, the
not
cursor
in any
would move
client
with
streaming
you.
bubble, so no players in their vicinity. These entities are also streamed out on the server.
Looks like it's
They go
fixed in the
back
wrong
into dormant
location.
state where they are not simulated.
It always is like that. It never changes.
Oh, really? Wait, it's
This
not like that
model
for me.
works quite well on the client. However, it doesn't
I mean,
scale
in other
well.
ships.
While we do stream
All
entities
ships
on the
for me
server,
is like
no
this.
players close to them.
Huh.
The poor distribution of players will cause the DGS to load most entities, and the more clients we try to match to a given game server, the likelihood of a player being at every single location increases. And that basically nullifies the benefit of server-side streaming. So how do we solve this? The answer should be simple. Allow multiple instances of the game server to work together so they can split up the work. Well, it's not quite that simple. Let's have a look at the current architecture. As of today, we have a traditional client-server architecture. One instance of a dedicated game server serves up to 50 clients. This is called instance, as the dedicated game server has its own instance view of the persistent universe. Once the server is full, we start a new server instance, which then serves additional 50 players. As we've seen before, when a DGS instance is created, it loads a unique version of the Stantum system into its local server's memory. Therefore, each dedicated game server instance has a unique copy of every single object that's part of Stantum. As these entities only exist in the memory of the game server when the instance is shut down, these entities are deleted. The goal of server meshing is to allow multiple DGS instances to work together and divide.
Can you tell that the guy
in the best case we can scale this to
in the Star Citizen stream right now has got a
As we
earpiece?
saw earlier, each server node stores the state
It's
of
probably
entity
being
group.
devised by
If we want to
somebody.
mesh these servers together, we need to find an efficient way to synchronize state between each server. With our current architecture, depending on division,
It's
or
like a big, one of those big curly old school ones
require a
that
lot of
sticks down your
synchronization
neck.
points between each node. It's an exponential problem, as in the worst case, each node would need to talk to each other node in the mesh, severely limiting our ability to scale it. To solve this issue, we are separating simulation and replication. Instead of just meshing multiple
Okay, there's
dedicated
two
game
turrets on the
servers
back.
together and have them synchronize state between each other,
One on top, one on bottom.
we are introducing a new layer called replication.
Mm-hmm.
The replication layer has two major functions. It holds the state of every entity in memory and replicates the state to clients, but also to server nodes.
So does that mean I only
said
got two
server
guns to
node
fire?
Because in this setup, the traditional dedicated
Shit,
game
I thought I
server
had
becomes
four
a
at
game
least.
server node.
Can't you
This
make the
server node
turrets
connects
fire
to
with
the
you?
replication layer, very similar to a client.
These
but only a
turrets
subset of
are not
entities
facing the same
replicated to that
direction.
server node.
Right. Wait, the
Replication
button one
server
should be
nodes
able
is
to fire
controlled by the
forwards,
network
right?
bind culling algorithm that we saw earlier.
Huh?
And it's driven
If you
as
turn the
streaming
button one
bubbles.
around, it should be able
works
to
very
face
similar
forwards.
to how it works on clients. The server node has certain streaming bubbles assigned
Or
to
does-
it, which
is it
will cause
gonna
the
hit
replication
something?
layer to replicate entities from these
Well,
streaming
the
bubbles
top
to
one
the
will.
server node.
The bottom
Yeah,
one
the
won't.
top one will.
Contrary to a player's client,
Well,
server
the bottom
node
one
has
could
the
hit
additional
this
responsibility to
centerpiece.
execute
Yeah.
server-side authoritative
Technically.
code for those
Maybe they
entities,
won't go
controlling
directly
AI,
forwards.
damage calculations, etc., etc. The result of this simulation is then written back.
What if you
from the
fire
server
then
node to
when
the
you come out?
replication
How
layer,
many
and from there this
how many things
replicates to
fire
all
then? It's
connected
just the two
clients
then.
and other server nodes. Since streaming bubbles can overlap, entities may be replicated to multiple server nodes, exactly the same way how they are currently replicated to multiple clients if players are at the same location. To avoid two server nodes trying to simulate the same entity, only one server node can have authority over any given entity. and only that server is allowed to write entity state back to the replication layer. This is usually the first server node who replicated the entity, and other server nodes will only run client code on those entities. Basically, you can see a game server node as a client with authority to write the result of its local simulation back to the replication layer. Authority can transfer between server nodes. For example, if an entity leaves the streaming bubble of the current authoritative server, it is then transferred to the next server node that has this entity currently streamed in. Further, authority can be transferred between server nodes on demand in order to load balance the mesh.
Here we go. Shards. Pay attention.
Since we now mesh multiple server instances
Look at the
together
thing
to
in
simulate
the
the
ear.
shared state of the universe, we no longer call this instance, but instead we call it shard. A shard is still a unique version of the universe, and we still have multiple shards running in parallel. However, the server mesh will lift our current hard limit of 50 players, and it will enable us to steadily increase the number of players we can support within one shard. It will take some time, and in our first version of server meshing, we will still have a very similar situation as we have today, with quite a few shards running in parallel. However, this technology is going to enable us to start scaling the universe to become a true MMO experience. There are some fundamental differences between a shard and an instance, and for this we need to take a closer look at the replication layer and talk a little bit about persistent streaming. Previously, the entity state was held entirely in memory on the dedicated game server, and besides some selected persistent player items, all that state would be lost when the server is shut down or crashed. The replication layer is fundamentally different, as the entire state of the universe is stored within a graph database. We call this entity graph, and it's an evolution of the original iCache. When we create a new shard, the initial entity state of the universe is seeded into this database. This happens offline before we let player join the shard. When the shard comes online, the replication mesh caches the state from the entity graph. As player connect to the shard and as we start to spin up new server nodes, simulation begins and alters the state of the universe. The replication layer does not only replicate these state changes to connect players and server nodes, it also replicates the state into the entity graph. Since the entity graph is a persistent database, the state of the shard is never lost, and even if the shard is shut down, the state persists and can be resumed at a later time. Benoit is going to show you some more technical details about the entity graph.
Thank you, Paul. Get ready for a deep dive into the entity graph persistence database. The entity graph is our approach to persisting the game world. This is fundamentally different to what is happening today in the game, where only items you own are actually stored. Our objective is to be able to save the state of the replication layer, which includes all entities in a given universe shard, in order to provide a truly persistent world, where actions you take as a player can influence environments in the game world permanently. The entity graph, as the name implies, stores game data as a graph. This representation is native for the game engine because it is how internally those data structures the game uses are addressed and manipulated. Using a graph also has several advantages. We're basically storing and retrieving from a gigantic indexed list of nodes and edges, and those edges between those nodes are optimized in a sharded database. But in order to properly explain the system, we must first view the game world as the game engine sees it. Game objects are constructed of several game entities, linked together in a hierarchical structure. You can picture this as a tree, which is a specialized kind of graph. This is how the game engine holds and simulates the elements on screen as it is running the simulation. In a server meshing world, this is also how replicants hold the entities in memory for each of their assigned territories. For example, a ship is made up of several entities that make up different parts of the entire playable vehicle. Each part is parented to another entity until the root of the ship is reached. Each of these entity nodes holds properties with regard to what the entity represents in the game. The class of object it is, the item type, its legal owner, orientation, and of course its very precise physical location within the game world. Each edge in our graph qualifies the relationship to the parent. In the case of a vehicle, our edges store properties that tell the system which port is being used to attach the entity to the parent and what kind of attachment it is. An item port attachment, a zone attachment, many others. In a constellation, for example, the different major sections of the hull are entity nodes with edges to the ship route. We call this small graph of item an aggregate because it is a whole movable unit. The ship route in this case is called the aggregate route because it sits at the top of a logical object. You can think of what you normally call an item as an aggregate, with the aggregate route being the actual item you're talking about. For example, a first-person weapon with attached scope, mag clips, and laser sights is a small hierarchy of entities. We distinguish the aggregate routes from other nodes by giving it a label. Labels allow us to distinguish and rapidly look up and find nodes of a specific type, either when we retrieve parts of the graph or when we look up specific nodes. Those labels exist to allow correct reversal of the graph data when we query for specific things in the game world. Other labels include streaming groups, universe route, star system route. This allows us to really look up and index those types. But the tree depth doesn't stop there. Additional information is required for a fully functional ship. The insides of each of those structural entities have to be fleshed out. Object containers are the building blocks of how space division is achieved, which aggregates and what part of the hierarchy they're in. In fact, most major areas of ships are represented as OC entities attached to the ship route or another OC. The shape of this data actually takes in reality is driven by designers. Of course, then, each of those object containers
Nice to have a working
also
compass.
contain entity hierarchies as well, expanding to have the common static and dynamic entities you're used to playing with.
Yeah,
like
I love
elevators,
that thing.
beds,
It's
guns,
brilliant.
seats, gimbals, and others.
Now my question is,
In addition to
does
object
the
containers
sun
that
rise
make up
in
the
the east
structure of the
and
ship,
set in the
other
west on
aggregates
every
can also
planet?
be attached within the hierarchy of
Unlikely,
the ship. For
right?
example, a rover parked in the cargo bay of Arcani will be attached as a sub-aggregate attached to your ship's cargo grid. Same goes for turrets, which are changeable and themselves exposed item ports allowing guns to be mounted. For each of those entity nodes, a snapshot document is also stored. This document contains all the runtime values, the game components attached to those entities. This data is the dynamic part of the model where game developers can persist variables on any entity in the game world according to the rules of the game component. For example, damage state and health data are stored within the snapshot document of those ship entities. Storing and retrieving data in graph form really have some awesome properties. It's a native structure to the game engine, so it gets loaded rapidly. It's very simple and effective to
Epicals,
serialize
can
and
you
transport
fire a
because it's
couple of
just a list
rounds?
of nodes and edges. There are optimized databases that
Yeah, there we
use
go.
that allow us to fetch entities recursively in a traversal rapidly, and the data set can be sharded across multiple database instances.
Well, all I can say is at least they shoot
One
fast.
key element here,
Yeah.
and one big advantage.
So
of
your
having graph
co-pilot
data
seat,
is also the
or
game
one of them, is
interacts.
going to be the turret controls, or?
In order to
I
reduce
assume
that,
so.
all the hierarchical changes that
After
we
I'll
need to
land,
do
I'll
can
check.
be minimized. For example, if we want a detach mutation command, we'll detach an entity from the
And that
hierarchy.
round
In
thing
this
on the
case,
top,
a single edge
is
was
that
erased, which is a
part of the
very
docking thing?
inexpensive operation. A nice side effect of this is also
Yeah,
that
I'll show
it's the
you.
same
That's where
operation
the
whether we're
navigation
detaching
room
a single
is.
entity or an entire
Oh.
aggregate.
You know,
In
the
both cases, the single edge
hologram
must
of
be
the
erased
star
in order to
system.
perform the detach.
Yeah.
Rolling away in your stowed rover, detaching a gun from a replacement or for a replacement, or selling a turret becomes really a cheap operation to persist. That is good because that happens very frequently. Compared to a column
What is
hierarchy
that?
where index columns must be maintained for every write, linking all objects to the
I guess
aggregate
I'll go
group,
land
this
by
is
those
really
rocks.
a great performance improvement.
For fun.
The same properties apply with the attach command, which
Act
will
like
only
I'm
have
actually
to
here on
create
a
a
mission.
single edge when rejoining
Although I'm
items
gonna
to
freeze
the
death because I don't
be
have
it
any good
via
armor.
attachment or parking another vehicle on a docking hub. The attach and detach commands are two of the many semantic commands that the Entity Graph API proposes, allowing to express a mutation to the graph. Other example of the different commands are create, possess, transfer, stack, unstack, change location, change snapshot, bury, stow, and unstow. One important change, in addition, that comes about with the entity graph is also how mutations are applied to the database. Each mutation is composed of multiple commands which are executed in sequence but committed transactionally to the database. They either succeed together or fail and roll back together. This ensures that the changes to the graph are always consistent and no lost writes or errors can cause data corruption. For example, a mutation consisting of detach, transfer, and an attach commands would succeed only if all three commands are applied successfully. The system retrieves a constant ordered streams of mutation from the replicant scribes that are part of the replication layer and are enqueued in durable queues to ensure that no message is lost even if the service is unavailable or paused. It's important to understand that the graph does not only cover your ships and items, but the entire game world is made up this way. Your ship is actually attached to the zone host location you travel. Your playing character is attached to your ship seat when you are piloting it, just like planets are attached to their star system routes. The game world, though, must exist in persistence before it can be replicated and mutated. This is part of a process called seeding, where a new database is created by the replication layer. It is during that process that millions of entities are initially created in a sort of a big bang. At this stage, every object container, every minor or major entity from planets to doorknobs are inserted into the entity graph in their default state. That is, the state that the designers decided was the initial state of the world. This process goes down from the universe root to the star system root, and into the different areas and planets, into their landing zone, their buildings, their rooms, down to the smallest possible entity. There are multiple types of entities that are created during this process. First are unstreamable entities, which make up the skeleton of the universe. Those are entities you do not get to see, but are part of and always present on every worker node in the mesh. It is by looking up unstreamable entities that the game world is able to stream in the other types of entities into your client and into the server mesh. It is from those entities that others' entities bloom. Static entities make up the game world that you cannot interact with. Most map objects that make up buildings like the Hurston Tower, rooms and walls of hospitals, or the bar at G-Lock are all made up of static entities. And the last type is dynamic entities. These are entities that you as a player can manipulate. A bottle on a bar, a door in a level, a ship component, everything you interact with when you're playing the game. Of course, during seeding, all object containers are also seeded as part of this hierarchy and inform the shape of the loadable subgraphs. The seeding process takes a couple minutes to complete. Once created, this newly seeded database represents a full dimension of the universe and will now persist as it is modified by players. As you play the game and go about with your ship, your playing character entity moves from location to location, getting attached to new zones as you travel. Your player aggregate is itself part of the Jang graph, and your location and state are persisted by the replication layer scribes to the entity graph of your given territory. When you interact with dynamic objects and their properties change, the state of that entity will not persist until this instance of the database is undeployed. There are, in fact, multiple copies of the universe that are seeded at a given time. We call those shards. Each shard is a unique copy of the game world, complete with all of its entities and unique states. Think of it as an alternate universe. Dynamic entities that have been modified in each dimension will have different states. The bottle on the bar was moved, or the door was destroyed, might not be in the same state between shards. This technique is a way to gain scalability as our player base grows. A single shard can grow to host multiple millions of entities. Even if each shard database is itself clustered and can grow substantially past a single machine, there is a point where multiple clusters are needed. As you join the persistent universe, the matchmaking system is getting retooled in order to select the correct universe shard for you to play on, using multiple data points like your friend's location, your active party, your last game session, and or which shards still have items on it that you own. This is to ensure as much as possible that you end up on the same shard you expect to be as a player. In order to provide a seamless game experience, it would be terrible if you lost items you used when you were in a given shard versus another, or if your character was bound to a shard forever. To alleviate this, the system includes the concept of stowed and unstowed entities. An item is considered unstowed when it is currently active in a shard database and being actively simulated on by the worker nodes of the replication layer. Stowed entities are player-owned entities that are stowed in inventory containers or location inventories. Those entities live in another database entirely, called the global database, a large clustered database that spans all shards. Aggregate roots in that shard are stored and linked with edges to inventory nodes Any entity in a shard can have an inventory node in global for stowing things in it. For example, a box entity that is unstowed in a shard would have an inventory node in the global database to store its content. This allows to keep unsimulated entities in a non-shard specific database while keeping the live aggregate within the shard. As you transition between shards, your playing character gets unstowed into the selected shard. This process effectively moves your player aggregate data from the global database to the shard database. Your player entity now gets simulated by game worker nodes and is being updated at a regular rate as you play and move around the game world. Accessing items that are stowed, like a ship, from the ASOP terminal is basically reading the inventory contents of the global graph at your location. Same goes for personal inventories or cargo inventories. When you request a ship to be spawned, the system will unstow the ship onto a landing pad by submitting a shard mutation. Alternatively, when a ship gets despawned during parking at a rest stop, the ship gets stowed back into the global database, making it available for unstow in any shard. The global database is where all of your stowed items will live. Hero items will always be available for unstow in any shard if they are not already in use. The process of stowing and unstowing also helps to alleviate problems related to entity authority so that only game worker nodes in the right shard can update unstowed entities in that shard. This brings about a nice property of the server meshing and persistent streaming architecture in that the state of the entities that are being persisted transactionally during play, be it in a shard or a global database through stowing, a single server crash, or 30K, should no longer result in item loss. This model also has a real scalability benefit that stems from the separation of the read-intensive workloads that are isolated to the global DB from the write-intensive workloads that are handled by the individual shard database. The global graph exists to provide seamless access to your belongings no matter what shard or alternate universe you're currently playing in. Okay, let's go back to Paul to learn about some of the benefits of the server meshing architecture.
Yeah, the first benefit is obviously the advantage that we don't have this issue of synchronization between different server nodes. Each server node has one single connection to the replication layer, which is used to push and get updates for entities of interest. The second advantage is that the same replication logic that we already use for clients can be applied to servers, and that server nodes will only stream in a small area, which will greatly increase performance. It also allows us to increase resilience down the road. As long as the client is connected to the replication layer, the client stays connected.
Standalone Liberator Warband ship. Which
An entity.
Well, it was revealed today, I guess.
For a moment, but as soon as a new server comes online,
I'm not too sure. I haven't looked at it too much. They just showed it briefly.
To completion, there are some upcoming challenges that we need to.
But it was expensive, right?
Give that into your hands. The first version of this technology will contain a static server mesh. Instead of the fully dynamic mesh that we saw earlier, the static mesh assigns server nodes to predefined.
Somebody said it was like 500.
This will reduce the amount of authority transfer
625
game code has to address in this first release.
Wow, it's increased then in like a couple of hours.
For the game services and game feature teams. Maybe Benoit can give a little bit more.
Yeah, there are many parts of the game that are affected by this new server meshing architecture. So any gameplay features that has to rely on the concept of a server, right? Currently, when you connect to a game server, we know what match you're in. So to send messages and update to that server, we simply locate your active match and then send those messages out there. That concept needs to change because we now have a mesh to deal with. And so there are multiple game servers that need to receive this information. They need to be able to subscribe dynamically to it or unsubscribe dynamically to players transitioning through them. So you can imagine that this will affect things like missions that currently are spawned locally on the game server. These now need to be spawned globally within the shard and also persist their state. So all services that are attached to missions, whether it's the quantum system in the back end or the quasar tools, need to now know about the concept of a shard. This also goes deep into like things that are mechanical, like
only the origin byte
to work
fits
on a server. That concept now needs to be extended to the
Really?
shard, where this will probably
only the
push
origin
us to
byte can fit
implement
inside
this as a location-based chat.
the bike ramp.
And so many teams in the company
Do you
Now,
think
need to
even that the
choose
Ranger
your
will be
feature
too
and take
long?
into account the meshing technology that's behind it, because the concept
the heck
of
is a
server,
Ranger?
which has
You
been
mean the
ingrained since
motorcycle?
the beginning,
Yeah.
has changed to become a mesh of servers.
I thought those were
Yeah,
kind of
exactly.
big compared to the.
So I also want to shout out to the network
Maybe.
team who's
What
working on
about? I mean,
replication
the
and
small
time
one, the
as
thin
well as
one.
the persistent tech team
I don't
who's
know.
working on the entity and object.
You know, the one
stream.
that looks like
And
a
as Benoit
jet
said, also all the other
motorbike.
teams that work on gameplay features or gameplay services that
The
are
Nox?
affected by this new technology.
Yeah, that.
There are a lot of devs working on this, and we are very excited to push on this new technology. Thank you for your time.
This Origin bike, does it exist now?
I don't know. I'll have to look.
Is this working good? Hey, look, I don't have much time.
I gotta land somewhere that has a place to spawn.
I am here at the Clincher Rehabilitation Center. I have a bounty on my head for 500,000 credits because I am offering 1 million credits for somebody to come and rescue me. I can't leave. I am being watched. I need help. I don't have much time. Please come and help me.
Miners are of a unique breed. It's not about doing the job. It's about doing the job right. No matter how small or big, you need the right tools. Argo Astronautics, doing the job right.
From our starfarers to our labs, offices, and facilities, and in communities around the verse, we're continuously innovating to provide the energy solutions that advance modern life.
So many natural smiles.
Who said he could use my set? Alright, fine. So we're gonna redo the whole thing now with no graphics and orange lights. Ready? So we introduced the replication layer, a new and improved architecture for meshing servers. It solves our problems observed in the naive meshing approach, namely multiple connections and authority. The entity graph is the persistence of the replication layer and uses graph data to persist the entire game universe. And the main focus of all of this is on making all game systems and features work in a no-server concept, where multiple servers are needed.
I might do a liberator.
Also, that the first release will likely be a static server mesh, and it will come, as all things do, I see you asking in the chat, when we feel it's ready. He really comes in here and uses my lights. Now, moving along, earlier in the day, we saw the first look at the Anvil Liberator.
Did they talk about it in Hip Talk?
Talk panel. So check
I
out
think
the
so. I
website
think
for
so.
more,
They
and you can
they kind
submit your
of
questions
had it on
to the
the
Q&A
screen
on
for a while,
Stadia
but
that'll be released in a
it
couple days.
wasn't very
Also,
long
don't
because
forget
I just
about
barely
the
saw it.
SC Watch Party on Twitter and Instagram contest. I can't help but notice that morphologists and Burks have one going, and I wasn't invited. I mean, I wasn't invited to any of them now that I think about it. I mean, 315's not out yet. I could just backspace and respawn there in a chip. I was gonna do a gag where I hit the button and then fell on the floor, but I don't feel like it anymore. But up next, my vote for sleeper hit of the day. Addie and Graham take us into the world of Claudius, the next big thing from CIG Audio, in the sounds of space, starting now.
Hi, my name's Graham Phillipson, and I'm lead audio programmer here at Cloud Imperium Games.
Hello, I'm Eddie Kelch, and I'm one of the sound designers working at Cloud Imperium Games.
And we're here to talk about some of the big developments we've got going on in audio tech, specifically SIG Audio and Claudius, which is a new audio engine layer and associated tool that we hope will greatly improve the development experience of our sound design team.
Getting started on this project can be quite challenging due to the amount of tools that we have involved in implementing audio into the engine.
And with the Claudius tool, we aim to streamline that process as much as possible. This talk will be very much focused on workflow and tech, and as such, there won't be too many sort of exciting explosion sounds going off and things like that. But, you know, this is all about how we improve the workflow for our sound design team, and we know these guys can make amazing sounds anyway.
Thanks, man.
So before we get into the new stuff, let's take a little look at the history and where we are now and what inspired us to go down this development path. Up until this point, so much of the data that we use has been owned and stored in the data of other tools that are not owned by the audio team or by the audio code team. Tools such as Mannequin, the character tool, TrackView, UI Code, DataForge. All of these tools are designed for other teams to work with, and audio can sometimes feel like a bit of an afterthought within those tools. Additionally to this, because the data is stored within the files for those tools, we end up with a lot of data that's scattered around different areas. It can be difficult to dig in and find what we want. Also, when we're loading these tools, we have to load up all the data. So for example, if it's an animation tool, we have to load lots of animation data when really we're not actually working with that. There can be huge learning curves involved and lots of time spent switching between tools that impacts our development by swallowing up time. A lot of our ways of working haven't changed in a very long time, and we thought it was time to take a step back, look at all the challenges we face, and see if we can come up with solutions for all of them by coming up with a completely new design that addresses all the issues that we face day to day and tries to overcome them in an elegant way that makes the sound designers' lives much easier and makes their jobs much more fun. And this is what we came up with. So with Claudius, what we did was we put workflow at the very core of the design. From day one, when we started working on the design of the SIG Audio and Claudius systems, we wanted to make sure that workflow was always the focus of how things were working. We never wanted the tools to get in the way any more than they need to, and we wanted to make sure that the tools could be as smooth and as fun to use as they possibly could be.
I think that this designer comes first workflow is quite important, and it's going to become an integral aspect on this project. Currently, we have quite a bit of focus shifting, and that tends to break momentum. Not only that, audio seems to be treated a lot as a production aspect of the game at the moment, and this tool is going to help shift that to post-production, where it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point. One of the main things we wanted to do with the tool was to make sure that it could be used as a post-production tool, so that you could effectively take a finished feature of the game where no audio guy had seen it at all. The audio code could be implemented really quickly, and then the sound design could be implemented on top of that really quickly, and this could all be done completely downstream of all the stuff that happened before it. Obviously, in practice, we're working on this game in parallel with lots of other teams, and we never work in the sort of post-production way that, like an actual film post house would work. But by carrying over some of those principles, we think we've made a really good tool, and part of how we've achieved that is by sort of completely abstracting the audio data away from the code that calls it. The calling code knows nothing of what the result of what it's saying will do, so it will trigger some parameters and some events, but it doesn't know what the audio system will do as a result of that. And there's a very clear decoupling between the audio system and the game that calls it. And likewise, within the audio system, we don't care where the events and parameters came from. All we care about is what we do with them and how it makes things sound good.
And now, with all this data in one place, it's going to make it extremely swift and also a lot more inclusive to fix bugs. By inclusive, what I mean is audio QA is going to become an even more integral part of the team. They're going to be able to quickly fix these things on the fly.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. Like, because we've got all this data in one place, and we've also got the game's behaviors in one place, what we've done is we've integrated all the debugging tools into the exact same tool that the sound designers are using. So an audio QA person is working in exactly the same place, but they've got an interest in some different data. So what they care more about is like, why is something not sounding as it should, or is the system behaving as it should? And we want to offer up all the information that they need. And what that means is that then they can easily pinpoint where the problems are, and in some cases they can probably fix them because the fixes become so obvious. Coupled with that is that we want the sound designers to be able to completely trust the tool, so that when you implement something in Claudius, you know it's going to work in game. And fundamentally, there should be no difference between you implementing something and playing it out and actually running the game in a real game scenario and doing the same thing. So what we want to do is make it so that if anything doesn't work, that's a code bug, that's on us guys, we need to fix it, and you guys can completely trust the tool. And that means that you don't need to spend lots of time testing.
I think trust is a good word. I think that trust is also going to be coupled with just a whole new improvement in our daily lives when it comes to implementing audio into the game.
So let's take a little look at Claudius itself. What we've done is we've introduced a visual scripting language that allows you guys to implement whatever you want, and we provide tools that hopefully allow you to do all the creative things that you need to do with the audio. But the design of Claudius under the hood is interesting, because the tool itself doesn't hold any data of its own. All it does is exposes data that exists within the game engine. What this means for us is that live update, as in when you make a change in the Claudius tool, it live updates in the game and it immediately responds, and the change that you made is immediately apparent in the game. That means it comes as standard, because we're actually operating on the data that the game is running with. And actually, because of the design, it's not possible to implement an audio feature without implementing live update. And that was at the very core of this design, because again, we were completely thinking about workflow, about ease of use, and about limiting the amount of time you guys spend sort of, rebooting the game, or trying to get your actions to be reflected in the game.
You already mentioned it, but I think that little to no code support aspect of Claudius is really going to be groundbreaking for us. I think that life is going to become iteratively a lot easier as we're able to just quickly, just not, again, focus shifting, right? That's not going to really be a thing anymore, and that's going to be great. Not only that, all these parameters that we want to get access to based on the data, we're going to get access to that by just going into the game, playing with something like a weapon, and by picking up that weapon, now that's going to, be inherited by the character. So it means that we're going to be able to attach all these different sounds to that gun based on what the player is doing. And I don't know, it's going to make so many of these things possible, and it just wasn't before.
Yeah, what we're trying to do is make so much data available to you where you need it and in an intuitive way. And what that means is that, when you, as you say, if you spawn a weapon in the game, it immediately becomes visible in the Claudius tool. And if you perform an action on that weapon, such as firing it or reloading it, those actions immediately
Oh, this will be interesting. I have 30K. Where's it going to put me? Back on Orson?
And what that means
or
is
back
that
on
we're
the
putting
planet?
the implementation right alongside it happening in the game.
Sorry, come again?
Claudius uses a reactive program.
I'm wondering where it's going to put
what
me.
That means is that as the data comes in, the visual side of what you see updates live, and it updates immediately. And it also has some sense of what's relevant, because if you're running an actor around, then the most recent events received by the game or sent by the game would be the movements of his limbs, the footsteps, that kind of thing, and you get to see those
Can't
things
join lobby
immediately
because it's
in the
full.
tool, and you can even filter by time, so you can look at things. You can like clear out the view, perform an action, and now that's the only thing you can see. So you get really quick, easy access to all the data that you need. And all of this tech, I think, just puts us in a great position to continue to support the ever-increasing demands of CIG's games.
I also think that the designers are going to be quite empowered by the amount of time that they're going to have to focus on the creative aspects because of this tool.
Yeah, that's the whole philosophy of this design, is to empower the sound designers to be sound designers.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at a practical example, marking up a weapon in Claudius. As we mentioned, all the events and parameters that arrive in the Claudius interface are things that have happened in the game. The game is just describing what's happened, and it doesn't have any preconceptions about what the audio system should do. It simply provides data. So
What happened, Epicals?
The weapon fired, it now has 5 rounds in the magazine. The weapon fired,
Really?
it now has 4 rounds in the magazine. And lots
Maybe
of
they
other information
updated
as well, such
something.
as, the weapon fired and there was this much atmospheric pressure around it, or it was out in
Am
space and there was no
I
pressure.
at the wrong place right now?
Things become
And then when I tried to get back in, it said it was
and
full, so
the
I
decisions
relaunched
about
the
what that data actually means to you
relaunched
guys all
the
come
launcher.
down to you. So all we do is we, as programmers, is we provide as much data as we possibly
Okay.
can in a place where you can use it.
I'm gonna see if it's gonna put me back
What
on
amazes me
Microtech
about
or
this
shoot
tools
me
is
back
it's going to just be as
to
simple
Orson.
as, hooking
Right.
up a couple nodes
In
and
a
seeing
body
the
bag.
results in the editor.
Yeah.
Not only that, all this complex logic that we have, we're going to have access to all these parameters super easily.
Huh, weird.
So
Just went in an elevator on
the idea
Microtech,
of,
went
let's
from
say,
like
having a different
less than
reload
20
sound
FPS
based
to
on the
nearly
amount of
40.
ammunition in the mag it's going to be, rather simple.
How does
to
that work?
implement.
Yeah, absolutely. What we've done here is we've gathered all the data that may or may not be relevant to you, and we don't mind whether it is or not. We deal with all that code side, the efficiencies of that, and you guys get access to any data that you may or may not be interested in. So you could do like crazy things if you wanted. You could make it so that the reload sound sounds different if there are, like you say, if there are different number of rounds in the mag, but you might want to make the reload sound different if the character's wearing armor or not. I mean, that makes no sense. But
Well, I don't know where
all
I
this
am.
data becomes
I
available
cannot
to you.
move.
It's totally up to you guys what you do with it.
Or
So
look
Really?
around.
we're opening up lots of possibilities.
I think that comes back to empowering the sound
Caution,
designers again. I
hot
think all this freedom
surface.
creatively is it's going to be great.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that sort of giving you that creative freedom, I think, is going to be amazing.
Okay,
It comes out
I'm
of
in
that
Orison.
because, for example, we can have.
But I think I'm inside a wall.
parameter that says whether
Yeah.
it's nighttime or not.
Can you
And
salute or
there's-
something?
You could change the whole
Oh.
aesthetic of the game, change all the sounds based on it being nighttime, and that would require no input from the code team because we've given you the data that you need. So let's dig down a little into some specific
Now I have
features
to
of
reload the
Claudius
client again.
and look at budgeting and aggregation. In this video,
Rip.
we have a set of
Yep.
audio trigger spots that are all playing the
This
same
is typically
sound.
what happens
haven't
when we
applied
let
any sort of
the
budgeting
public
to them,
in.
so they all
It
play,
runs
they're all
so
taking
well.
resources, and
And
we
as
can
soon
hear
as
them
Joe
all,
Public
so,
comes in,
the
it goes
mix
to hell
can
again.
be a little bit
I don't know
swayed
why.
by just how many of them are playing. I want to
It
show
seems
here
to be a
just how
pattern.
simple it is to deal with that and to
Yeah,
reduce
maybe they should look into
from
that.
the sounds that they're playing. So here
I
we
think
go
they're
to the
used to
audio
it by now.
source settings, and we're going to add,
Yeah, I know,
we're gonna
but I
add a
mean,
category, which is how we budget.
maybe that's something that
And we're
should be
gonna
on the
reduce
to-do
number of
list.
sounds in that category that can play at any one time. As I said before,
think it's just
this all
a
updates live.
required
every
step
change we
to
make now is
adjust
gonna
the
be
back
reflected in
end
the game,
services or
and
something.
when we spin back to the game view
Hmm.
now in the editor, you'll
Because
see
maybe
that because we set the budget to 5,
Joe
only 5 of those
Public
sounds are now
doesn't have
playing,
as good of
represented by
connections. Maybe they don't have as
lighter
good of
green.
computers.
We can go back. and we
Maybe
can
they're
change
just
the
doing
budget,
stuff
and
that we
again,
don't normally do.
that
I don't
will
know.
drop it a little bit more. You can see now only the closest 3 to the camera are currently playing, and then we'll just whiz the budget back up so you can see they all come back again.
Well, for
when,
instance, like
when you do
attacking
that.
each other, we don't do that.
Now, that's the budgeting feature.
Right.
And that's one tool to sort of reduce the amount of
Unless,
resources
as you were saying, they have
is
bombs.
to deal with what happens when all those sounds that are not allowed to play because of the budget are prevented from playing. So what we do is we have a system called an aggregation system.
Are you able to
Every single one of
grab
those sounds that
one
hasn't
of
been allowed
those
to
ships
play
with the bomb and
contribute
test it?
Yeah, the A2, you mean?
Attempts to represent that crowd of
I'd like to
sounds
see
that
one of
we
them
hear.
explosions.
So here we're going to do a really
Well,
simple example.
there's
We're
an
gonna
issue
hook
with
up,
that.
a sort of more musical
If you're too
tone
close.
to this
Right.
to this aggregate,
And
and
you
what
drop
this
it on the
aggregate will
ground.
do is it will represent all of those sounds that aren't playing. Now,
What if
we
you're
have
a bit higher?
Lots of parameters.
Also, there was no shockwave on the ground.
The aggregate is aware of how many sounds it represents. It's aware of
No
position,
shockwave?
It's aware of the spread of them. So lots of information is made available to the sound designers so that they can represent this mass of sounds with just a single audio source. Okay, so now we can see that there's a further light green blob in amongst all the dark green. And what that is that's the aggregated sound. So that will move to the center of wherever the crowd of non-playing sounds is.
Says I can't join because it's full.
As you can see, it kind of skips around in this video, but we have smoothing options so that it doesn't sort of jump around and become jarring. It just moves around as quickly or slowly as you want it to with the crowd of sounds that it's attempting to represent. What this means for us is it makes it a lot easier to sort of clean up the mix if you've got a lot of things that have been added to a level. They've been added by a non-audio person, and with maybe not so much understanding of the consequence of that. It gives us really easy ways of dealing with that. You can see here, if we increase the budget, the aggregated sound moves further away, and then if we completely reduce the budget to nothing, then you end up with just a fixed aggregated sound right in the middle of the all the sounds that are playing. All the sounds that are not playing. Now, this is a really simple example. None of these sounds are moving, but if they were moving, then that blob would move appropriately to the position where all those sounds were moving.
I think what this tech has showed us is for ambience work specifically, the designers are going to have quite a lot of creative freedom to kind of go wild and rely on this technology to help us clean up not only the mix, but the voice count and the channel counts. It's also a good way for us to create accurate background dialogue, or as we call it, walla, for bespoke locations. And I think it's going to bring a lot more life to locations.
Absolutely.
I think part of the problem is
logic doesn't
a ton
have
of
to be
people are
used
probably
for those purposes.
getting in on the server
For
now.
more abstract purposes as well. So we can use the logic system within the audio system to understand how many of a certain thing exists in
Can't
the
join
game.
session because it's full.
If, say, every tree tells the audio system it exists, we don't necessarily.
It's the weekend.
All those trees, maybe unless it's windy.
Yeah, but it's never full. This is ridiculous.
But we can track counts, so we can track how many of.
I mean, usually there's a
object type
queue
there are,
saying
and we can use that information to inform.
it's
some
going to
kind of
load you
mix.
up, but now
So
it's
you can
like,
have a mix that's
nope,
maybe specific
no queue.
to forests. You want
Queue
something
is
to
full.
sound like a forest. You want to bring in some ambience that makes it sound like a forest, and that can all be driven by this set of data that we're not actually playing sounds directly on, but we're just using it to inform the mix. Another feature that we have in Claudius is logic inheritance. And what that
check
allows
the
us to do
ETF
is to
and
implement a set of audio logic on a certain audio node and then inherit it on child nodes of that node so that we can override it, repurpose it, or make it just basically do the same thing as the parent node does. Now, that's quite an abstract thing to say, I know, but what it means is that we can use a single set of events and parameters to express audio across multiple nodes in the game.
I think this comes back to the example that we used before about, a weapon reloading. And so by overriding that logic, we're going to be able to place audio events on specific parts of the weapon and make them perform based on what the character is doing. It just seems like a really powerful tool to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's all about putting all the power in your hands.
Yeah.
For example, you might have something like a character who jumps and lands. And
a bunch of people in
that
chat
jump
are
event
saying they're
can
in
be
queue.
Expressed on any bone of
The
his
queue
body.
is
So
full.
If he's wearing a watch, you can make it jingle.
Yeah.
If
There's
he's-
too many
if he's got
people
a
waiting to get in.
cracky knee, you can make it crack when he lands or something. And all these different things can be done, and they're all available. to you
Yeah,
by default.
soun't like the PTU can't
Quite easy to
handle
implement as well, as
the
we've
same
seen.
amount of players
Another
as the
thing we
normal
have in
system.
Claudius is a set of systemic parameters, and what they are is a set of parameters that are available by default to any audio node in the game.
You're probably
Things
better
such
off in
as,
the PU.
Atmospheric pressure, velocity, acceleration. So, for example, you can do something like take the atmospheric pressure and the acceleration of an object, and you can use that to express some wind noise. And that's something that previously would have required code support, but you guys can just dive in and do it on literally anything. You can add an SIG audio component to something that the audio system's never seen before, and you can start expressing the audio on these things in this way.
Claudius, I think, rationalizes the whole process of being a sound designer on this project. All that relevant information is going to be in one place, and it's going to be quite digestible, especially for people just getting started.
Yeah, absolutely. We want the sound design process to be as organic as possible, and we want you guys to have the freedom to just express yourselves. And that's the point of getting all this data to you by default. So let's take a look at an example of something you can do using SIG Audio and Claudius without any code support. Here, we're adding a SIG Audio component to an entity type that's never had one on it before. It's a really simple thing to do. We just drop the component in DataForge, and then we can jump over to the editor and we can spawn one of these things. And I'm going to use the example of a plushie here. And what we're going to do is we're going to use some of these systemic parameters and events that come for free without any extra code support, and we're going to use them to express.
Guess I'm done trying to get in for now.
Example, we're going to use them
I
to
have some
express
soup.
the contents of
Freaking
this
hungry
plushie.
still.
So what looks like a cuddly toy right now is going to turn into
Yeah,
some sort of water
you do that.
container. So we're going to put a kind of water sloshing loop on this thing. So
Hello.
to respond to a
Hello.
spawn event and also its despawn event. So the
How's it going?
if it ever gets despawned.
All right, I had to take a nap. I fell asleep earlier in CitizenCon.
The water sloshing sound.
Oh,
And then
It's a little underwhelming for me.
it's going to start playing that
I
sound.
know, right?
But
You gotta have something to do.
these sounds are set up.
Like, there's no excitement. It's a bunch of bored developers with no personality and a lot of really, really slow talking.
Yeah, it's pretty much very in depth at this point.
Because you don't want an object to just
Yeah, they might have been better not doing one at this point if it was going to be like this. This is going to turn a lot of people off, I think.
Yeah, they should have mentioned that this is a tech talk. You know, it's only fun if you're into it.
Well, even the ship talk was boring.
We're not going to go into sort of too complex.
Yeah,
logic
pretty
here,
much.
We're just going to demonstrate a little bit of what you can
So I was hyped up about it, but it's been a disappointment for me.
And then the result of that, we're going to set it on a couple of parameters.
Well, it is what it is, right? I wish we had like a showcase place to visit at least.
The result of what we do
Something.
here. We're going to hear the result of what we do here.
I thought they were going to go through the jump
So
point
just finish hooking
and
this up. And
show
we'll
pyro
cross over to, the
organically.
editor view once that's done.
Yeah, something.
Do before we can make that happen is because
But, maybe they're saving it for the end. Chris is going to do a big, closing, so maybe that's when they're going to reveal the, ta-da.
debugging reasons,
I think
which is really useful.
I think Lando
So
was
now
implying
we can
that.
see the green blob, which
I hope so. Something needs to save this because I'm on Snoozeville.
or acceleration.
Well, I think last CitizenCon they liked all the tech talk.
Yeah, but it was exciting. It was hyped. People were excited. This is very flat in terms of energy.
That are being multiplied together just for a bit of fun. So all that was done without any code support. The code system.
I like the tech stuff. Even the Vulcan talk, I was like, oh my god, you're killing me. It's like I'm back in a boardroom listening to a bunch of people.
Without any additional help from the code team. So that's a really sort of freeing thing for the sound.
Well, why don't you come hang out in
As
PU?
you've seen with how easy it is to implement something like this, we have a lot of...
Hey, Maya, I'm trying to figure out if I want to buy the carrier or not.
It gives us no
Can't
reason
get back
not
in the
to
PU.
add sounds to literally everything in the game that's interactable and that
Sorry?
can move. It's going to bring a lot more life. The speed that we can get this done with, it's going to make iteration a lot more plausible. And yeah, I think it's going to have quite some interesting outcomes. So yeah, it opens up a line of creativity. It opens up.
Alright, I
a line
upgraded
of
my Genesis
creativity
Starliner to the Liberator.
and
I think I'll get more use out of that.
and how quickly this was.
Yeah, tell us about the Liberator. Huh? What have you learned so far?
I think, the
What the heck
example
is a
there was quite
Liberator?
silly one. It was putting
It's the new light carrier.
But as I said, it doesn't matter what that entity is. It could be
So what's the size of it?
Yeah, that's fairly big. I'll link it here. Hang on.
Tower that's fallen and hitting the ground, and those same parameters can be used to express the sounds of that thing, to express the weight and the size of that thing. And
It's in general
this
chat.
isn't sort of limited to props and carryables. It can be used on literally anything that can move. You can express.
All right, let's see.
movement using these parameters.
It's a nice little ship.
Yeah, I can basically carry 3 light fighters and a couple of ground vehicles.
I think you touched on a really important point
Cool.
there, which is cause and effect. I think that's one thing that it's quite a tricky phenomenon to
Yeah, I'm rather
implement in
positive.
games. But with Claudius,
You bought one too?
it's going to be almost
Yep.
a breeze. We're going to be able to hold values.
Yeah, it looks decent
based
at
on
carrying
terrain,
things.
For example, so let's say if you shoot this plushie, it'll trigger
Look
a
at
very
those
high
tensions.
value for
Yeah.
that movement, and based on that, we'll be able to change the sound that happens after. So let's say if you shoot the plushie, pick it up again, instead of a cute cuddly noise,
Yeah, it's bigger than I thought it
very
was.
angry, like, why did you shoot me? Sort of grumble.
That's what she said.
And yeah,
Right.
it's going to add a whole new level of depth to these interactable objects and other things in the game as well.
Yeah, and those examples are just, again, it's all about unleashing creativity. It's
Exactly.
about sort of offering all the data that you need to be able to do whatever you want. And there may be things that we never even thought of, but by abstracting these systems in such a way that, and by making all this data available to you, it no longer becomes a coder's problem what you guys want. We just give you everything.
Yeah.
The SIG Audio and Claudius systems are designed with collaborative working in mind too. So the way that communication and the way that actions are performed in Claudius is that the Claudius app sends a request to the game engine to make some sort of change to the audio logic.
400
Only when
SCU.
that request is fulfilled does the change actually reflect itself back in the Claudius UI. And this
Hello,
is tied into the whole
I'm back.
concept of there's only
Hello,
one
Kev.
set of data owned by the engine and we change
How's it going?
live. So
We're looking at the Liberator now.
what we've been able to do is
Is that
allow
the
multiple
cheese
people
wedge
to use
machine?
Claudius clients.
Yeah.
And because they're all connected via web,
It's pretty big, actually.
PCs.
Oh yeah, so you can get like 4 tanks in the bottom, and then like 3 ships on top.
Yeah.
They can do that incredibly easily.
You can get 4 tanks in that thing?
Connect their Claudius
Yeah, there's
client
in the garage underneath. You can get 4 tanks in it.
simultaneously while that person has their copy of Claudius connected. And then as they make changes
Cool.
to the logic, they're reflected.
And then like 3 ships on top
I think that's
as well at the same time.
cool feature to have.
Nice. I just upgraded my Genesis Starliner to the Liberator, and I think that's a better call.
And share my work, and they'll just be
Definitely.
on the screen, and there's a lot of no, go there, and finger pointing, and it it can be quite time consuming and make it difficult to quickly get a point across. And with this tool, I'll be able to.
What was the upgrade
just
cost?
Connect and just mark up.
I think it was $175
These, physics prop on the
USD.
With
Not
them.
bad.
And, that can also spark quite a few ideas. Just that very easy back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. And every connected Claudius client.
You get the C2 and.
Anyone can make any changes. Even the undo system works across all clients. So you could make a lot of
Say again, Admiral?
to demonstrate something and then
You
disconnect.
get the C2 and the Super Hornet as loaners for it.
To get rid of all that stuff and then start,
It's not bad.
doing something else that's maybe inspired by what you showed them or something like that. And I think it all just really sort of lends itself to having a lot of collaboration between sound designers, which is always a good thing.
I think now with
Wow,
the
it has a
different
front
situation, a tool like
loading
this is
ramp as well, so you can put
invaluable.
a vehicle, land vehicle on top of
Designers
it.
to connect a lot more QA to work with sound
Hmm.
designers a lot easier. Technical sound design, dialogue. It's really just gonna, bring us all closer together.
Can't afford to put any more money in.
Hopefully, spark some very interesting ideas.
So
I just melted my Apollo to cover the cost.
systems, because when we
My missus did kill me, literally, quite literally.
workflow in mind, and
Yeah,
we
we'd
want
love to
it
hear it.
be, to create a situation. that was-
Yeah, my wife found out I'm 2,500 invested in the game, and she almost threw something at me.
We serve two customers.
And rightfully so.
I mean, yeah, we should not be spending this kind of money on an alpha, but it's so damn pretty. I want more.
So we need to avoid high CPU usage. We need to avoid blocking
Fighter
the
pack.
critical paths of the game, and we do that by moving.
Yeah, I wouldn't get the pack. I would just buy the carrier in itself because the fighters aren't that impressive. This way, you kind of get to make your own mix and match.
Transmitted through
Yeah.
lockless queues, and what that means is that the game can tell us what we need to know, and we get out the way as
I'm
quickly
up
as
to
possible,
14.
and that allows the game to run as freely as it can without audio
Q?
sort of contributing
1,000.
to frame rate drop or
Oh.
contributing to
Wow.
That's all I
data
have.
usage. Because we've moved all that stuff into the audio system, what it means is that something like a
I've got another 10 I'm thinking of investing, but I got to figure out how to justify that to my wife.
code, like something that's very specific to thrusters, would now become a
Because I want to get the top pack in the game right now, but
and what that means is, again, it
I don't
brings
know.
up your creativity, because we might have created something as an idea that assists with making thrusters sound good, but instead of it being...
I don't get why the Avenger Titan is part of this fighter pack either. It's such a useless ship.
Wherever you want.
Is it?
And you can kind of use some of
Hey,
these
Kobe.
tools in whatever sort of
Hey, Kobe.
creative ways you can
Yeah,
think of.
showed up.
Before
Yeah.
they were hidden away, now they're
Well, I
completely
put
going?
2,000 into that
And
Shiba
this also
Inu, and I
frees up
pulled
audio
out
coders to
12,000
for
yesterday.
working
Good for you.
in one place, exists somewhere else.
Guys, I'll be back in a bit. I've
So I
got a
don't
nip off
feel
for a
bad
while.
about spending money on
All right.
stupid shit.
Every system. So that again sort of helps.
Kobe, have you been into the PTU flying the 400?
Not yet. I'm still copying the account. I have started to copy the account, and then afterwards bought it, and then I had to copy it again.
Yeah.
I'm
It
still waiting.
sounds like it's difficult to get in right now. Right?
Yeah, denied at this moment.
But what Claudius does, because it uses this reactive programming model and it can react to
So
the game
permission denied.
transmission of events and parameters
Yeah,
immediately and
I'm in
present them
PU.
immediately,
You too?
we can actually boot
Yes,
up the game
PU.
and start up a feature we've never seen before.
Just
start playing around with it,
flying
find the
around,
bits where the
spending
audio
the
needs to
time,
be,
you know.
and then we can live add
I was
rebuild it on the fly,
quarter ago in the P2 for a moment. But yeah, I had to recopy the account.
It's almost as good as a collaboration between sound designers. It's like something we can go from nothing to a fully working feature without stopping the game. And then because of all the design that this is all built on, and all the way that we want to make sure that everything persists, you don't need to go back into the game and test it. What that means is that we can effectively implement both the code and the audio setup, save it, and we're literally done. And that's just saving so much time compared to sort of all the iteration time that they spent rebooting the game, rebooting editors, rebooting tools, swapping tools, and all that kind of thing. So yeah, this puts code, at least partially in this post-production realm as well.
Yeah.
So we will get soon the same game functionality like Elite Dangerous Odyssey, but way better.
Right.
Yeah.
Hopefully, anyway.
Aims to solve future problems.
Looks full. Looks great.
Yeah, it does.
The outpost, yeah.
It's so much improvement that one gets almost skeptical.
Yeah, everyone from Odyssey migrate now.
Yeah, half of them already did.
The other half can come over now.
Yeah, if they make it work though, I mean, they're not delivered yet.
What's so great about this technology is that we're gonna be able to take all this information from the game, bring the audio engine into the game engine, and just make it all so easy to access. I think one key aspect of Claudius that the audio team is really looking forward to is sympathetic audio. So this is the cause and effect that we were talking about before. I think having this.
So Kobe, have you been with synchronizers today?
Yeah, today until just minutes ago.
Okay, what did you do?
Just listening.
Right.
Which means that
listening, talking with others.
A lot of these different contexts.
Yeah.
That you can get into while you're playing the game, we're gonna accommodate them, and you're gonna get really just vastly different experiences every time you do something. And this is because we can infer so much from the game data and create those links to create a beautiful experience. A lot of the time we think about how can we sonify this nonlinear spectacle of a game, and I truly believe that is through cause and effect. It's having things done in real time and conveying all this information to the player that can be critical. So if, for example, you're flying and you start to enter.
Is this the audio talk?
That all those things
Yes.
can start having an effect on the environment around you. Start hearing
I don't hear any audio stuff.
It's not like I would expect to be music or cool stuff like that, but it's more like how do they put the audio around you, depending on the direction it's coming from and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's very techie, not very much for experience.
Sympathetic audio is this idea of
Okay.
resonance
And let's see what the Nubifier is telling about the Liberator. Did anyone get you the Liberator?
broadband in its
Yeah.
frequency
It's
a huge explosion.
Two people in here, right?
Then you're gonna
Really?
have
Admiral and
metal panels and glass
Why?
panels and
Glass.
things to rattle and resonate in sympathy.
even if you have all the versions of the
And all you
Hercules.
really have to do is just set up the logic for that to happen, and it'll happen.
Sorry?
Yeah, it really
Why? You have the Hercules?
see
You
what
can
players are
have tanks.
happened to them through their playthroughs.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Ask
absolutely.
them.
I think all the features that we're looking to develop are all about bringing this game
Let's see.
and making it more cinematic and making it just feel more immersive.
Yeah, super.
It looks very versatile because you can put chips on it, right?
Improving
What?
the mixing support so we can gather
Oh,
of this. We've got a huge
stalker
amount
of
data
this
coming in,
Star
and it's
Citizen.
used in lots of ways to decide which sounds play and what how those parameters affect those sounds. But we can take a step back and look at the bigger picture and say, we've got all this data that's telling us what's going on in the game. Can we then use that to sort of decide how the game should be mixed? So, for example, if you're exploring a moon or something like that, you're going to want to hear a lot of the ambiances and maybe some distant mining going off and things like this. But then if you sort of end up engaged in battle with someone, that's something that the audio
I've been in
system's aware of
PU
through the data that's coming
the
in.
entire
And then can change the mix so that those ambient things
day
don't
or
really get
evening
so
or
much
whatever, and
attention anymore.
I've had zero problems with
And then
the server
again, as the
stability or
battle
anything. I've never
scenario folds
been
away,
kicked,
we could automatically
as far as I
analyze the
remember.
data and say, okay, we're now back into an ambient
So I guess everyone is
situation, so, let's
in
raise
PTU
the
or
level of
trying.
these ambient sources again.
Yeah, I think that importance to what the player needs to hear at that moment. I think that's especially on the FPS side, that's gonna really be valuable.
So that concludes our look at some of the features and tech that we have in development in the SIG Audio team right now. Hopefully it's going to make the lives of the sound design team much easier, and hopefully some improvements to the way the game sounds too.
Yeah, I think the sonic aesthetic of this game is going to change for the better because of these tools and because of these workflow improvements.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's it from us. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoy the rest of your CitizenCon, and I really hope next year we can all be back together in person and we can see each other in person then. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Thank you.
All right, let's see what the schedule is.
Online magazine for Star Citizen, packed full of ship reviews, outfitting guides, upcoming events, org interviews, current affairs, history, and more. Cosmonaut is your comprehensive guide to all aspects of life among the stars. Our talented team of writers, editors, designers, photographers, and artists are all passionate pilots and aim to bring you stellar images, incisive articles, and incredible design. Season 1 of Cosmonaut is available for download now. Head to www.cosmonautmagazine.com to get all 12
I'm going to a different Discord for a short moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
See you.
I've heard them say, with every goal comes a sacrifice. With every dream comes a letdown. You've got to give up something to get that big thing you're chasing. I couldn't disagree more. See, everything is achievable, and you don't have to give up anything along the way. You want to know what I think? Sacrifice is what happens when you give up halfway. The Origin 300i. Sacrifice nothing. Achieve anything.
This is Jack. Jack is a successful trader. Unfortunately for Jack, he encounters local pirates. They want ransom money, just a fraction of his profits. Jack refuses the proposal. In his mind, he is a hero. Now, Jack is dead, and all of his belongings go to the pirates anyway. Don't be like Jack. Be smart. Pay ransom. Sponsored by the Sinister Incorporated Ransom Campaign.
So, Marcus, you work for Addison's campaign, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys get some sort of a winner's bonus?
Well, yeah, we got a bonus.
Oh, you did? How much?
I did get myself a Phoenix as a going away present.
They got you a Constellation Phoenix?
Hang on, why are we traveling on this rental Taurus, Marcus? How was I supposed to know you'd prefer the Phoenix?
Oh God, Marcus. You know what? I'm just gonna go have a shower.
Route has been plotted. Quantum in 10.
Guys, there are no towels.
You know, I think I had some towels on the Phoenix. Oh no, just stop. Sorry.
Parasite.
Do not underestimate the talented and dedicated folks at CIG Audio. There's always a giant emphasis on video here, but none of it would ever hit the way that it's supposed to without that A to that V. And as we near the end of our show, we also saw the last of our community videos during the break, and I hope they stick around as a tradition for CitizenCons going forward. For those of you who know my origin story, you might understand why I have a particularly soft spot for them. But that's enough chat. This is it. We're at the end of our day. It's time for one more panel and one more panel alone. It's time for Tony, Rob, Ben, and Luke to take you deep into the machinery beneath our universe in systematic gameplay. Stream of thought. Bon appetit.
Hi, I'm Tony Zervek, Director of Persistent Universe for Star Citizen. Today I'm going to tell you about some of the new technology, features, and content that we're aiming to deliver over the next several quarters, and how these things are going to impact your gameplay experience. To assist in that endeavor, I brought along a few others to give you some additional perspective, including SGS Assistant Director Rob Reininger, Senior Systems Designer Ben Dorsey, and over in the UK, Lead Designer Luke Presley. Rob, we've been able to buy and sell commodities for years, but we're now looking to try and close out the entire loop by the end of the year by allowing players to sell weapons, armor, clothing, and eventually ships back to the shops. One of your favorite aspects of this has always been what it means to treasure. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
I think it's huge because now it gives me a purpose to go out and collect the stuff, because players are very meticulous. They'll go out and pick up every single gun, weapon, armor off of other players. Like loot generation is something that the Frankfurt team is working on. It means a lot for, you know, investigating lockers or just stripping down something. We talk about salvage. You know, these are all things that are working towards the ability to buy and sell items. But most importantly, it's just curating your inventory, right? It's getting rid of this stuff. It's another form of reward. So I think it's a huge addition to the game.
Sure, and it also plays a big role in character advancement, right?
Yeah.
Because you can realize the equity from items that you've purchased in the past. In other words, I buy a particular laser rifle. Now I decide that I want the better one. I don't have to buy that one starting from scratch. I can actually sell my original one, assuming it's in pretty good shape, and I basically pick the optimal shop at which to sell it. You know, that's a shop that deals in that specific item. Then I can actually get a pretty good price for that used item. I can then take that money and apply it and the differential towards moving up the ladder and basically getting better and better stuff. And so just like in the real world, it's like you don't usually start from scratch and buy a house and then basically have to buy another one from scratch. You basically take your realized equity in your original and you throw it into the other one and you just pay the difference.
Yeah, and that's something that we don't have in the shops right now. Everything is in the shop on a per item basis, and items sometimes come with default loadouts on them, like a sniper rifle or a set of armor, or ships are a great example of something that comes with a default loadout of certain laser cannons and power plants and etc. So as we go forward with selling, one of the things that we want to do is get an itemized price for every single attachment that's on an item, which includes laser scopes, magazines, any underbarrel attachments, right? Things like that. So now that these have their own individual price, it's much easier for us to, one, tune the economy. So now it's, this thing is more expensive or less expensive. As stats change, we can keep up with the statistical improvement of the item on a per item basis.
Sure, you have the macro item, it consists of the child items. We changed the price of the child item, and the macro item, the larger item that includes various quantities of this, its price is automatically adjusted, which is not something that happens now and causes us countless problems.
Yeah, and it means that now we have less moving parts to worry about on a global basis, and from a what does the world have for sale in it. You talked about taking something to a shop that deals in those items. It's kind of the concept of, well, this shop deals in it and they refurbish it. They have an invested value in procuring those things back from people in the universe. So we want to encourage players to go around to the different places that have the best price for it, much like commodity trading, right? We want players to go here because they can buy it for the best price, go here because they can sell it for the most money. Same principle for selling items, right? So this shop deals in it, you should be able to go there and get more money for it.
Sure, and we need this more sophisticated method of determining the pricing of the more complicated items that are composed of lots of child items, partially because of what it means to selling. In other words, when I go to sell my my pistol, I may have a custom scope on it, something for which we don't have a specific entry in our global retail products list and that says this item should, if it were new, cost this much. This winds up becoming something to where, sure, we've got the base price of the pistol and we've got the base price of the scope, but we don't have any sense of what the combination is. As of right now, we don't have a means of solving that, and so this is why we are going to be pursuing changing even how the shops specify their default inventory. Like right now, we actually have shops specify every individual item that they can sell, as opposed to where we're going is it'll be classes of items. This this particular shop deals in in small handheld weapons from this particular manufacturer. Now, because they actually deal in small handheld weapons, they will in fact purchase small handheld weapons from a different manufacturer. Right. You just won't get quite as good a price because they're not as adept at repairing them, and they don't have a clientele that's that's geared towards purchasing those items, etc. If you wanted to realize the best possible price, then you would wind up taking your specific items to a shop that dealt in those specific things. That's right. And that's where, assuming the condition was perfect and assuming that the shop had a lot of cash on hand with which to procure these deals and so was willing to be a little bit more liberal, that's where you could potentially recoup 70, 80, 85% of your original value. Whereas if you go to someone that simply sure they deal in small arms, but not necessarily that that particular manufacturer, not that particular caliber weapon or whatever the case may be, then maybe only get 40 or 50 cents on the dollar.
Exactly.
It's like when you're dealing with a car dealership. Like if you bring them their brand of car, they're going to pay you more for that than if you brought them something.
It's easier for them to service. Their mechanics are already familiar with it. They can do the work at cost.
They can sell it.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally makes sense.
It's big, and it's something that it just feels natural, right? It's how the world really works, and we want to continue to push that forward.
3.15 is a huge update to the game because of the localized inventory that's going to totally change the game. There are several aspects to this, and that starts with, I'd say, the personal inventory manager that Rich Tyrer and the actor feature team have put so much work into. They're going to cover that in a separate discussion, so we'll leave that out of here. Over on our side, we've got the vehicle loadout manager, which has been adapted to only allow you to modify vehicles that are in your immediate vicinity. And then we've also added a new mobiGlas app called Knickknacks. Reiniger, so you've spent the last couple of quarters heavily focused on this. Go ahead and walk us through what's changed, starting with the front end menu.
Yeah, so the front end, we've historically allowed players to kind of go wherever they want, right? But as we move forward with the game and the new player experience, we want players to be invested in their home location. So it's more of selecting a home base, because the inventory that you have at the start of your account that's entitled, through all your web purchases, through whatever, subscriber flares, etc., all of this stuff is going to go to that location as it's physicalized in the world. So now you have a home base of operations. That's your place. As we explore out throughout the universe, you may move some of that stuff to a new place as you get persistent halves here, a new hab over there, persistent hanger, right? Players are going to be tangibly going up to, interacting with their weapon rack, interacting with the stuff in their ship. And so localized inventory is a massive change to how they've dealt with the game up till now. Gone are kind of the days of this global.
I wonder how this Liberator compares with the
interact
Crucible.
With anywhere in the universe. If your stuff is at Microtech, you need to go to Microtech to do it.
Yeah. So,
this hangar
do you
over
have
there, you
any
gotta go to that hangar.
tools to
we
compare
want
stuff?
players to feel the pressure of prepping for a trip, right? It's as you go out. This is the mission I'm going to do. This is what I need to
think
go
the
and
Crucible's
do that mission.
bigger.
So I want to go here, get this, or maybe go to a shop here and buy that. And so the front end is going to be the first step in.
It looks like it has a garage, but the
planting
garage
your
only
seed,
fits.
wherever it is in the universe.
Looks like it only
from the
fits
very start.
vehicles.
So what about the Knickknacks app? So this
Okay.
allows you to basically, in its first
Yeah, I mean,
introduction, to see where you
It's a very strong position to be able to have
It works
ships
on a hierarchical
on
basis,
top.
so you can drill down into a particular planet, see the city. At the city, you can basically see what ships
And
are stored there. You
4
can look
tanks.
within your ship, and eventually see what cargo grids.
I guess though,
what storage closets.
the things that
It
are
carries 4 tanks. Did somebody say 4 tanks?
Yeah, somebody said that.
Quickly drill down through your entire
So what?
network,
2 inside and 2 on top?
the laser
No.
rifles or whatever else it is that you're.
So let's just clarify which ship we're talking about, right?
Walk through that in a little bit more detail.
As we kind of go into the
The Liberator.
the
Yeah,
VMA can only
that's
act
the
on
one
ships
that
at that location.
I think somebody said it
Kinda
could
lose
store
perspective
4
of the
tanks
global
inside.
because the personal inventory manager.
I think it
that
was
the
broke.
team has done
Yeah.
has removed the PMA,
That's
which
surprising.
was also your kind
It's
of,
very big, actually.
global view
Just
of
think
your
about how
personal
big the
items. So
Hercules is, and you can
Knickknacks
fit
app allows
2
you
in
to kind
there.
of see where your
I
stuff
know.
is distributed
It
around the
must
world
be
at the individual
taller
location level.
so that you can
whether it's
stick
a
them in
ship or an
anywhere.
hab or in a hangar, right now, the locations are basically
It
cities.
looked
or
pretty wide.
stations. Pretty much any place that has a shop that sells items, that can be some place where you can store stuff. So the ships also have their local inventories associated with them, so you can store things in the ship. And the Knickknacks app is good because
And it
now
also
you can
has
find laser rifles. You've got,
the
you can sort by
front
type or
landing
subtypes.
ramp,
Basically the same things
so that you can
see
actually
across
drive a
categories
vehicle
in the shop.
up on top of the ship as well.
It's the same level of interaction and filtering that you'll have in Knickknacks.
We've spoken a bit about how it's
But very minimal defenses, so you're going to want a couple of fighters for protection.
Exactly, that's the point, right? So you can't protect your load in the same way.
Clicking on something, being able to say, "Hey, open a trade window."
That's what she said.
With Ben here, I want to be able to show me on the star map.
She
where
talks
this
a
is.
lot.
So something that we want.
She does.
Glass as a whole is context ability to bounce to different apps that are contextually relevant to whatever you're currently using. So
like saying this is in this location when that's just a string, like it's in Olisar, that's not super
Okay,
useful.
I'm back.
Seeing that on a map.
Hello,
that tells me
Kobe.
something. That tells me I need to
I
go
see.
How was Mr. Starstreams doing?
He was not happy. Too less content for.
What happened?
Well, this one's not here, but is it relatively close? Or is
Problem is they show more systemic gameplay, not just one mission.
why these things are kind
Right.
of we want to try and preserve all those elements that CR really wants to push towards.
Yeah, it's a
but
lot of
still
tech
give you
talk.
The context
Yeah.
that you're going to need.
Not so much good to experience.
Yeah, that's what you and others CitizenCons got.
Right. I mean, it's kind of complicated because we were all complaining before about the last CitizenCons, how they painted up all these cool things, right? And then none of those were playable afterwards. So now it's like the complete opposite. They're going through, in the particular granular detail, everything they can do, and it's boring.
winds up disabling, boarding your
We have
ship,
to be in the
they can
middle.
actually extract, that cargo from you. There's value there that they can actually take. Whereas right now, the only way to get that value is you have to, blow up the ship, and then we basically.
Maybe you should work there, Kobe, and be the director of CitizenCon.
That basically get blasted out into space, and you have to go collect those, etc. And so this starts to.
I'm in game. I have 400.
To bring NPCs.
Oh, send me an invite if you want. If you manage to see me.
Yeah, I'm in the game.
Let's see.
I'm just hanging around Crusader.
Based combat, and now I can disable a ship, board it, and I actually have to overcome the NPC crew and then physically grab the cargo, haul it back to my ship. At the same time, you're concerned that while you're basically on the ship and lugging this stuff around, that security or allies of the ship that you've disabled might show up and start blasting you. And so all of a sudden, the considerations, just explode, for doing something so right now relatively.
So, Kobe, you've been to Synchronizers as well, and anywhere else?
Star Streams.
Right.
No one else.
Is it a similar vibe with Synchronizers?
Synchronizers a lot more people, huh? So it's the vibe with Synchronizers is better. With
just physicalizing the cargo really does is it allows.
What I don't get is some people want to have the Liberator. I don't get it. It's such an ugly ship.
Which is not a critical failure.
You don't get it why people buy it?
That lead to these larger scale destructions, but
hey, bro.
On average, you're knocking a ship out of commission. You're able to board. You're able to acquire the stuff. You're not killing everybody.
What up, broke?
Just because it got taken down to 0 health, right?
Just the Liberator. That's the most exciting thing to come out of today's 5-hour talk.
You mentioned the whole sea. So the whole sea has some unique challenges related.
It's in the I put in the general chat. It's a new carrier.
When you're actually docked at a station, or when you're parked in a hangar and its wings are compressed. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So the whole sea, because it does have these two different.
The Liberator, yes.
Now we have ATC considerations. If I have cargo on the outside of my ship, my wings are exposed. Now I can go to a docking collar.
No, it took me at least a half hour.
Really? Showing all this cargo on the outside of a ship beyond, think of adding additional ships to an area and the kind of slowdown that you might see on a server, right? You're adding more physical objects that can be blown up, can be interacted with. So there's a technical challenge that we need to overcome as well. How they get on there, these
I did that 2 times, and it took at least a half hour.
Real world.
A half hour, some of 3/4 maybe.
That is large enough, probably on an Argo ship, right? So you'll get these little transport ships going from a station's docking, a cargo bay, flying it out to the whole sea, and think of it as a person walking in and out, but it's on a spaceship scale.
Another thing that's really
wow, look at that picture. Because
what I'd call the lack of transactional friction. And what I mean when I say that is that it takes the exact same amount of time to load or unload 1 unit of cargo onto your ship as it does 1,000 or 10,000. There's no friction, in this process. Right. And that's completely different from the real world, where mom and pop retailers and major port facilities, designed to rapidly load or unload, cargo onto, some big, freight ship.
With the one we just discussed.
Much larger quantities in a much shorter period of time.
I mean, that tank coming off of the kind of like roof, it looks small.
Special types of materials and all that sort of stuff. Where we're eventually going with this is that shop purchases are going to inject physical cargo into.
Check out the picture in general.
It's then up to you, the player, to basically move the stuff from that storage space onto your actual ship. And there are going to be.
The driver's license.
I would assume that at this point in time, half of the people
watching this we have something from Kobe.
Sounds, incredibly awesome, and the other half are saying this sounds incredibly tedious.
It's the new toy.
Sounds like a lot of forced menial labor that's going to be completely
So Kobe, what paint did you get? Anything?
Where we're going with this is we're going to make
the paint with the what is this?
Ships. Not just a logistical challenge.
Is it gold?
Make sure that,
it's grey with gold.
And
right.
This would include everything from eventually adding a service beacon so that you could recruit your friends, your org mates, people you don't know to basically come and help you move cargo. We'll eventually add the ability for NPCs to be hired at that location, and the price will fluctuate depending upon how many other players are requesting similar services. And you can use those types of capabilities if you simply want to pay a certain amount, have your ship loaded or unloaded, and you're going to go fly around and do something completely unrelated. So Dorsey, how is physicalized cargo going to impact the gameplay experience?
I mean, in a bunch of ways. As you kind of touched on, there's the whole concept of needing to move one of those storage areas into that ship. We've actually run into a lot of problems where when you come across a derelict, for instance, we have all these crates on there that you can offload in a lot of the events that we've done. And that amount of time that it takes to do that makes it so that when you then go to sell those crates, they aren't worth the time, frankly.
I'm at new webpage, and it's important that you use or Lorville or new webpage as your primary residence, because you cannot spawn your vehicles on the other planets. So like Area 18 and Horizon will not give you the ability to spawn your vehicles.
Taking you half an hour to do that. But once you make it so that there is a much more similar timeline between those two, you can make it so that
we're talking PTU, right?
Reward on a crate by crate basis, and that allows us to make it so that derelicts become a lot more common and offloading stuff becomes a lot more common. There's also just some really great benefits in that we can make missions reward you by putting cargo out there. Right. Doesn't have to be that the UEC a mission is the only reward. This mission gives you 5,000 every single time. No.
What am I looking at?
Ship that gets blown up, or you
is this
blow
OBS?
up or disable a ship, and especially disable a ship, and then you can board it and take that cargo off. For pirates, that becomes then the goal. Like, blowing up a ship now becomes almost a failure. You don't want to. You want to disable it, you want to be able to get on it, and then you want to take that cargo off. And of course, the crew is going to be fighting you the entire way there. They're going to have their people to try and fight off your boarding parties. You've suddenly transitioned into an FPS map by doing so, which is this really great transition that just doesn't really happen in a lot of games, and that's amazing. And even just from a pure like gameplay system standpoint of carrying that crate, that is a very powerful state for the player to be in that they are vulnerable. You can't be shooting a gun and carrying a crate at the same time.
That's actually one of my favorite things about this entire process is the fact that we're finally going to reward.
It's very small though. I mean, you see basically what you're doing.
The challenges, where we've long had,
I'm not. I haven't got your screen in full screen, so I'm seeing like.
Basically got your reward, but what it's missing is that transition from FPS from ship-based momentum.
So you're making a scene.
Combat, to where you're shooting your big guns at these things, etc.
Okay.
And now you're sneaking around corners, and you may or may not try to be stealthy.
You also got friends trying to protect each other too, while the other people are trying to move stuff, right? And tractor beams are based on weight, so it may take multiple people to actually move a heavier box. And CR wants the gameplay experience to be less ships blowing up, more this ship got disabled, the engines go out, and unless there's a critical failure, the ship doesn't explode. So the opportunity to board a ship will be more common as we move forward.
There's one other thing I wanted to talk about in this area, and that's you've heard me talk about this often, which is eventually I want the whole transport occupation to kind of revolve around what I call like a hub and spoke model, to where you've basically got big port facilities that are specifically designed to provide the quantity of inventory and the and all of the infrastructure to quickly get that stuff on and off certain ships, as opposed to small mom and pop retailers that are really just intended to deal in a very small number of items. And one of the more significant problems we have in the game, because we don't yet have that level of realism, is related to we've got a small mom and pop retailer, and we need to have a decent amount of inventory.
Your system? What do you mean?
Demand across potentially 100 different players, all grabbing theoretically
Oh.
1 or 2 or 3
Oh,
items.
yeah.
But what
that
happens in the
sounds
real game
familiar.
right now, because there are none of these
I guess,
limitations, none of this
restart
transactional
or...
friction is one big ship comes up and it purchases all
Like,
300
I
of
think
them
I
because-
had
because it
to
takes
kill the
absolutely
launcher,
no time to do
actually,
that. It
if
then
I don't
flies to a
remember
destination,
correctly.
and it immediately sells it, and it collects only the slimmest of profit margins. But because there was no loading time, there was no unloading time, they can still turn around and make a fairly good return on the amount of invested time they put into it. And turning all of this cargo into physicalized entities and basically adding these logistical challenges to where you have to move stuff on, move
Is
it
it?
off.
Huh.
You have to be more careful with volatile cargo. Bigger crates will
Kobe?
require Argos to move them, or cranes, or
Cannot
forklifts, or whatever
find
the case
you
may
in
be.
game, Kobe.
All of this is ultimately going to push players into being more selective about where, for whatever they're trying to do, what types of shops and stuff they're going to visit. And what you're going to get is just like in the real world, where you'll have super tankers bringing oil
Can I
from
go
across the ocean,
exit the
and
menu?
basically parking it
I'm
at
gonna
some
start
sort of
streaming,
port
by the
facility
way.
for offloading, and that will then be transported by whether it's pipelines, by rail, by those types of things to distribution outlets, and from there it'll be picked up by trucks and transported to the local gas station. And from the gas station, that's where you, the end consumer, can expect to buy 6 or 12 gallons of gas. But in the real world, you can't drive your truck up to a port refinery on the coast and basically request 5 or 10 gallons of fuel. It's like they only deal in minimum quantities of 10 or 100,000 or 500,000 barrels of fuel. And this will be the same thing that we're going to eventually support on our side, to where if you've got one of these big whole sea ships and stuff, there will be specific locations where we're really basically pushing you to do your business. It doesn't mean that you can't go and park at a small place. It's like, I can have a super tanker and I can go park on the side,
though, right? Because you do have the docking collar restriction on the whole sea type ship, right?
Okay.
But I think this is what the going to the per box model will actually do.
What's at the bottom
You
there?
can just make those small mom and pop shops only have the smaller
All right. Yeah.
volumes of commodities, right?
You
And-
talked about how if you can only unload and offload one box at a time, I'm not going to do a Caterpillar there. Like, there's nothing stopping you, but there's something.
That's just it. If my ship
no.
holds 10,000 units of inventory and I don't have
Are we all loading into the
automated
PTU?
stuff, and you don't have enough dock workers, I can't
Yeah.
hire at this place. There literally aren't 100 NPCs or 500 NPCs that I can hire for any.
I'll download and see if I get any luck.
If it's not there, then you're going to have to do it yourself, or you're going to have to request some friends to help you, and it's simply too tedious. It's not that we literally prevent you from basically going there and extracting the material. It's that it's simply not going to
dunno
be
what
worth
it
your
could be.
time. You're going to have to invest so much.
Do you have
time and
any?
effort
You don't
into
have
doing
anything
that,
else,
all of a
right? You
sudden
can't go
you would
into
need an
Arena
astronomically
Commander
high
or.
profit margin, and long before the profit margins on that particular commodity or material get that high, someone else with a
Right.
smaller, more efficient ship that can more effectively be loaded with a smaller quantity of stuff and navigate to to another small location to basically sell it, they'll wind up taking that material from that location.
Which means for a one of those bigger ships, like one of the Hull series or something, you're going to want to, by just that nature, go to a place that has a cargo elevator that can give you 20 giant crates at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I
Because
meant.
that's
Like
where you'll make that profit.
with the infrastructure. It's like some places you'll have an elevator that basically gives you easy access to 10 crates at a time, and a bigger facility will have 50, and a bigger one still will have 200, and this one will allow you to basically hire up to 4 NPCs, and one NPC can move 10 crates per hour. But you're going to be in competition with with that smaller of NPCs with everybody else, so the price can get fairly high. And this other place will have up to 500 or 1,000 workers that you can hire. So it may still take it may take hours, but you have but that's only because you're loading 10,000 or 100,000 SEU of cargo into your hold. Another very interesting aspect of this is going to be that you're going to have relatively clearly delineated transport routes, supply routes within the system. And this provides us an awesome opportunity to more precisely tailor what types of challenges you should run into when you're basically moving a big freighter ship from point A to point B as opposed to this other location. In other words, if you think about pirates are trying to, abscond. They're basically trying to disable your ship and plunder it, take, whatever valuable materials, you have on board. But the types of ships that would be required to extract, all of the fuel off of a big massive freighter are clearly dramatically different than the ships that would be needed to effectively.
New babbage. It is because I'm also there.
That deals in a totally different, type of item or a totally different, and more limited quantity of items. And so we'll be able to more accurately tailor the gameplay experience so that you get the kinds of challenges you would expect.
Well, and I
What?
think it'll allow it to naturally separate.
But I'm
right?
sending out
Because
a
it's
friend
more
request,
clear,
so
we
you should have my friend
make those
request
inventory volumes
now.
smaller to match the type of people that we want frequenting those stores. I'm just not going to waste my time. As a large-scale shipper, I'm going to go to the bigger places that can handle it, that can get me in and out faster, that I can hire more people, where there's going to be other people there that I can potentially hire, like the service beacon. It doesn't matter if I'm out in the middle of nowhere because nobody's there to come
that
and
have
be
the
there in a
specialists. It's only at these select ports where they actually have trained dock workers skilled in in moving volatile cargo. And if you go to a place where you don't have it and you have Joe average NPC try to do it, then you may wind up suffering the consequences of, oh, you lost your cargo, it was blown up, your ship was destroyed, you have to go to insurance, reclaim, et cetera, all because you basically tried to use a facility that was not appropriate for for the types of actions you were trying to do.
It's just not tailored to it, right? So it's I think it'll be a good change for the game.
The key point from my perspective, though, is as much as possible, we don't want to necessarily make it black and white, right? Which is, it's not that you literally, as the owner of a whole sea, you're not able to buy fuel here. It's more that you can buy it there, but it's going to, if you're buying more than 10 or 20 units of it, it's going to be, you're going to basically have to deal with the repercussions of trying to get all of that stuff onto here. And it's going to take a tremendous amount of time, and you're going to wind up having to pay an exorbitant premium because you're basically going to be depleting them of their entire inventory supply, et cetera. And so it's really just the logistical challenges that you would face trying to exploit non-optimal locations for the unloading or for the loading or unloading of your cargo would simply not be worth it.
Well, and I think another good point is that as you push the inventory to its limits, your bid-ask spread is going to actually be going down as price per unit of the cargo is going to diminish.
Ooh, the Liberator Strike Pack on the Concierge store is much better than the one on the website.
With those larger scale inventories, so that you
get a Super Hornet, Anvil Ballista, lifetime insurance for about $1,195 USD.
We completed the basic foundation for reputation last year, and followed that up in the first quarter with the release of the Delphi Mobiglass app that allows you to see exactly how different NPCs and organizations feel about you. This is a critical system within the game because it's the key mechanism by which you'll unlock more challenging and lucrative opportunities and gain access to organizations and areas that will bestow various benefits. We're still missing a few key pieces of the puzzle, though, and can't yet fully exploit this system. So over on the mission side, only the bounty hunting services give you a nice gradation of challenges at the moment, offer you more interesting missions as you gain reputation with them. Can you go into a little bit of detail about why this is?
Essentially, whenever we want to make a new mission, or even just a very small variant on a mission, it requires an entirely new record, a new chunk of data that we have to put into the system, and that takes time. To build out any kind of ladder is an awful amount of time, honestly. Some things that we want to do is just kind of make it so that some of that is more systemic and a little bit faster, and by doing that we will be able to kind of explode wide, making it so that we make one mission, one template, and then just give it some variables that have some ranges. And by doing so, we can then allow it to almost generate its own chains of missions with difficulties that are driven by how much reputation you have, and those can give you different amounts of rewards and spawn different amounts of enemies and put things at different distances, etc. Just kind of dynamicizing that mission variation.
Yeah, and there's actually a lot to this, a lot of additional complication besides the mission itself, because when you think about it, you may have a mission giver, and the mission giver looks at your reputation and decides that he's only going to give you the junior starter missions. And so he calls up the, go kill.
Are you in the game? Druk.
And he basically says, you know what, given your reputation,
I think he's AFK.
Take a difficulty value of 1. And passing a difficulty value of 1 into that mission will only create 1 or 2 guys, and your reward will be of a considerably lower rate than it would than what it might otherwise be. As you do that mission, you build up reputation with him.
Have you?
He's passing higher difficulty levels into that mission template, and one of the complicating factors that we face is we need to be able to take this template, and before we've actually instantiated it, before you've actually accepted it, we need to be able to extract information out of it and process that. And what I mean by that is we need to know before we've created
that's a slideshow, if anything.
You should reasonably be paid in order to do this, and we need to know, we need to have a sense of
it was good for me.
Might actually take you, and what the current status of that area is. Or is he sending you into an area rife with pirates, or is he sending you into an area that's got tons of security and it's the safest thing in the world?
Or an active supernova, or like any number of things that are terrifying to me.
And this is part of the reason why we've actually made some significant progress on this particular problem, but there are multiple facets to dealing with it. And I'd actually say that at this point, we're in a relatively good place on the underlying the dynamic mission side, and we've still got a considerable amount of work to do over on the actual UI side to take a mission template, look at your reputation, create some proxy references to that mission template with different metadata associated, and then assuming that you actually select option number 3, which has metadata this, then we'll instantiate the mission, pass in the metadata so that it actually customizes it as appropriate for the selection that you were just shown, and you can then go off and execute that mission, and you'll be paid the correct amount, and you'll encounter
so we have
amount of difficulty for what
this is gonna go on until another
let's see,
an hour and a half.
Yeah, I'm alive.
Players can kind of play with right now, interchain, which is effectively what this will look like to players. It's just a matter of that took a lot of.
I'm probably not gonna have time to see Chris.
We can pretty much click a few buttons and we're good to go.
That's exactly in the end, it's all about allowing you
to but it'll be
easily express
after 1 p.m. a.m.
I've got a mission giver. This mission giver is going to dispatch you to deal with with bad guys. The variables wind up becoming how many bad guys and how quickly are they going to reinforce themselves, and are they going to be are they going to be flying capital ships or little small hornets, and what kind of stuff will they have on board, and in what areas of
I'll watch it tomorrow.
Will this conflict be taking place? So these are all things that we can bend as appropriate depending upon what we think you're capable of, or what that NPC would theoretically think you're capable of.
Well, and we talked a little bit about the procedural character.
I can invite you to party. Just send the invite.
That's going to be taken into account. The back end is going to be generating more.
Yeah, that's working.
Based on the gear, based on the quality of
I see.
their behaviors. So all that needs to
No, I'm still not on the server.
Of how we reward the players and enhance that experience. But these are all things that are going to be fed into the mission instead of just the static data that we kind of have right now.
Like you literally have to place nodes in the mission script logic that says spawn.
Do you go back to the menu, or I try to join? Yeah, if you want, if you can. Yeah.
As long as we can get it
okay.
Time, we can pass that into the mission ahead of time, and actually show that in the mission right up. It's like here's a mission that's going to take you here. It's offered by this guy. Here's general
expect
rewards.
A medium level of resistance, or this many hazards, or
fundamentally that's why reputation is so important. Is it's your I would say
us see how good you are.
It's the single most important means of
old.
The game. Clearly, you can basically upgrade your character by buying different.
I added the first one. Intel was a 486.
Membership within
Before it was my home computer was a old Z80 compatible.
Within there, and how this character responds to you, and whether they give you the super challenging and lucrative missions, or the super easy things that basically just have you doing piddly little stuff that anyone can accomplish because they don't yet know you, don't yet trust you. That's what the reputation system is all about.
286.
We completed the, as I said earlier,
an Apple one.
Last year. We
And
incorporated
you threw it
computational logic into the subsumption
No.
mission and AI language. We got the Delphi app so you can actually see what your standing is with all these different NPCs and organizations. The one piece, the key piece of the puzzle that we're still missing is the ability of the mission system to basically, one, have the mission templates created that actually take these inputs and then be able to feed them in and have it customize itself as appropriate.
Are you still?
Related to that is, and it's no
Yeah.
small challenge. It's going to be a fair bit of work.
The backtrack. What? Arcade? You mean arcade like Coleco or ColecoVision? Pac-Man? No?
That's one of the reasons
Donkey Kong?
why we made some forward progress on this, and then we kind of waited because anything that we would have done over on the Flash side would have been throwaway work, and so we made the decision to basically wait to
Lined Apple II? No? Lined? Oh god, I have no idea. Yeah.
Are you talking about like a cartridge system?
Implement these changes that I'm talking about, and B, we're not going to have to design it, throw it away, and then design it again.
And it doesn't mean that the players won't
Spectrum.
experience those changes in the game.
Well, Spectrum was like a computer, right?
But we'll be able to present that and give you a better indication.
Maybe
Commodore.
Play out of what you're going to get as a result of the mission with the new UI.
And also,
Should have that.
don't
Because
have
I
to
had the Adam computer and there was not.
that is, but it actually
It was only out for 1 year and then it was retracted from market and you couldn't buy it and there was no software for it except incompatible. So you had this computer papers with basic listings and you had all poke and peek commands that was not compatible because it was all machine language and it's not some compatible because I had no Commodore. I really regretted that I had that.
When I say orgs, perks, benefits, you guys know what I'm talking about, which is basically all of the benefits that may, that may be conveyed upon you just as a result of being within this organization or having a certain level of stature within this organization.
I can jump. Yeah. Which
ship deliveries, after your ship gets
USA of UA? Yeah, I will do USA for you. Yeah.
You may get discounted
Enter.
prices at certain shops.
Yeah.
You may simply not get a hostile response from pirates in this area.
Looking channel bar.
Of the Pirates Guild and things of that sort. And so this plays into what we're talking about
Let's
here
see.
because
Yeah.
Discord.
you're able to look at an organization, you're able to understand what kind of benefits it conveys to its most exalted members, and then you can decide whether or not you want to basically try to increase your ranks within there. And in terms of doing that, the challenge is simply having enough mission variety and diversity to enable the player to feel, hey, I started out, you didn't
I still don't see it. Channel, shall we?
Simple, not particularly lucrative mission.
This Discord.
And I've been working on this for days and days and days, and I've been moving up in terms of the difficulty that I faced, in terms of the reward that I was offered.
I've never seen one of those
Finally,
machines.
I got to the promised land, and now
No.
I basically
What was it called again?
within the organization, and now I can
Backtracks.
basically go to Grim Hex and have no concern that the local pirate organization is basically going to
Still don't see it. Yeah.
And importantly, that is something that makes your character unique. In an MMO, it's very important that you bring something.
Oh,
to the
I
table
see. I'm looking
that
at
other
for
members of
one.
Your friend group might not have, frankly, or your organization. You have to come in and say, "Hey, I actually."
Oh my God, CitizenCon is so boring.
Right?
I can make things cooler for my group, and we encourage.
Can you whistle a song for us?
Yeah, that
No.
brings to mind Right now we have
Looking Glass eating chili peppers.
It's always been.
There's gonna be a lot of swearing.
It's always been one of these systems.
Okay. Not a good idea.
Ah, I see. Lazy gamer KTX.
It's never been a high enough priority. We're getting
Anybody over in the Paris area by chance?
This because the rest of the game is getting complex enough to where.
Or are you all Germans and Norwegians?
So earlier this year.
Sorry, please come again.
What part of the country or what part of the world are you in, GT?
Scandinavia.
Is this the most boring? Is this the most boring CitizenCon of 2 years? Of 3 years?
It's
3 years, 4 years, the whole ever.
I don't want to be a citizen anymore. It's so boring.
Go shoot, the players that were supporting the UE.
What is this?
We have to be outlaws now.
But
ooh, I like it.
Is this so a scratch pad?
This was something that we got right at the very end with Ninetales.
Cool. I don't know it.
Yes. And we wanted to.
It's so boring. I started watching porn.
I'd say it's a temporary hack to where what we can effectively do.
Okay, that's what she said, right?
Allow.
She's watching it with me.
I have to look tomorrow what Tom is telling. Because I have suspicion this is not the most interesting CitizenCon.
Mission at this time. And that is
they really missed the boat.
100%. So in this particular case, if you accept the support Ninetales,
I mean, this could have been a YouTube series.
They would normally view you as hostile, but because you're holding,
I can imagine what I will tell tomorrow.
Viewed as a very temporary solution. The long-term solution that we've always
First thing, how is it called?
Can you go into a little bit of detail about why that's so important? And
I've just seen the stream.
Things we'll be able to support in the future when we have such a more flexible system.
Sure. I mean, the
stream just saying he's
I have to make sure that you have a certain mission.
He's suffering from verbal diarrhea.
You're on the side of the police. They will shoot you.
Failure to report is
right now, like
I expect tomorrow. Blasting critic.
It's something that persists. It doesn't matter if you have a mission or not. You have done something.
So everyone's upset with it, and then tomorrow morning they wake up $100 million richer.
Well, I mean, yeah, the Liberator's awesome, but that's the only interesting thing to come out of the con.
How the world perceives you, right? And it's especially
tomorrow.
As we go into Pyro,
Cloud Imperium will report they have 4 million.
With each other out there, we want the players
probably
to get in good with one or the other.
But this talking heads kind of thing, this must be the cheapest possible way to do something like this. It costs them nothing to sit there and talk.
Let's see what. Yeah.
They just chose the least enthusiastic people and put them on camera. It's like, this is PR 101. Yes, these are qualified people in the field, but there's no enthusiasm or energy. It's dull, it's dry, and people are tuning out.
Just like an entire branch of content. Like, we don't really have missions where you work with criminals for the criminals. There's nothing that really makes you a long-term criminal player. Your crime stat can be wiped. You can kind of, get rid of that source. It's not something that I am a criminal player and
I'm looking at the inventory system, man.
These kinds of things. I'm going to be on this side of things.
I have to look at this, man.
Yeah, tell me if you found the wormhole in PTU.
There's a wormhole in PTU.
Where you're going to do and
I don't know.
Going to do in the game. The entire game shifts.
Yeah, I'm looking at these
things
that I can wear.
The concept of what hostility.
Let's see.
It eventually
going to wear.
Either I engage you, either I attack you, or I do not. But in between, there's literally just a sea of grays in terms of this organization hates that one, this one likes this one, this one doesn't like this one's neutral towards that one, etc. And you wind up having inevitably some sort of unique mixture of all of these different things. And so in the end, we will prioritize these things and determine it's like, oh well, you're a member of the walk old ladies across the street. Well, I like that. Oh, but you're also a member of the Pirates Guild. I really hate that. So even though I like that one, I'm still going to attack you. And so it's much more flexible in terms of determining all of these complex relationships that players are eventually going to instill.
So are these guys going to sit there for another hour and 15?
Lots and lots of organizations, lots of NPCs, and your standing with those will be all over the map. Some players will be in really good standing with this. Some players, will be really.
It's gonna be so interesting, man.
The level of variability that we'll be able to support with, with the reputation system is just going to be, far, far superior to what we have now.
Jumptown V2.
Dorsey, you implemented the Ninetales mission, which allowed players to fight on either side of the conflict. How does the gameplay experience differ depending upon which side you choose to support? And can you
I don't know. It's the topic.
And wound up being a server optimization of sorts.
Well, I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head. What happens differently is if you are on the
I'm already
they are sending
taking off my clothes.
to try and locate the Ninetales fleet, and you have to go and protect those. And then
Put your pants back on.
You go and destroy that fleet. You are killing ships until you basically deplete their resources and make them retreat from the area. On the Ninetales side of that, you are of course going and hunting those scanning ships. You are given their locations and you're told, hey, go destroy these. And then once the fleet portion of it gets found, you go and try to defend that fleet. And if you can hold them off for long enough, then Ninetales will actually win, and Crusader will be unable to drive them away before they achieve their
Admiral, are you asleep?
hidden objective.
No, I'm here.
At this time.
How's it going?
Waiting for a PTU to be registered.
The genesis of this, though,
You done printing for today?
originally actually supposed to be a PvP event.
Yeah. Oh, it's still printing, sir.
Just pure PvP.
Oh, okay. So you're still doing the same ship?
Yeah, I'm gonna finish it even though it's got fucked up. I'm gonna go in to get the rest of
The server just tank. It was incredibly painful, and it just didn't play very well. It also, to be honest, was the same thing as what Xenothreat already had done, and I wanted to do something a little different. And that kind of combined into this push to get the aforementioned kind of duct tape solution for hostility in, so that you can align on both sides, and by doing that, I make it so that I don't need to spawn ships to challenge 30 to 50 people. If things are running smoothly, I have 25 versus 25, and I don't need to spawn really just about anything.
Right. You bring the NPCs in just to flesh out, to even the odds, to get the challenge, to the level you need. But when you actually have players that will legitimately fulfill a particular role, you take advantage of that.
Yeah. No, it was a creative way to load balance the mission and the population in the area.
I would say though that in general, this is 100% exactly what we do want to do.
I'm trying this inventory stuff because it will be important.
As I always say, it's like, they live with the consequences. They live with
The live stream has lost 8,000 people since it started.
If you support Xenothreat, it's like,
oh wow.
We'll have
probably all fell asleep.
People view you, the aforementioned reputation system, and you're standing with, with key NPCs.
Even Board ducked out. He was live streaming, and after a couple hours, he's like, "Yeah, I'm done."
And some of these things you do will have long-standing impact.
Actually, I'd like to say it's more than 10,000 that's left the stream.
You may be prohibited from joining.
Mine was an approximation, but yes.
For a very long time.
Unless you do something to
That's a third.
You gotta.
Well, and it's a balance, right? And we want those scales to go.
I mean, there's nothing exciting here.
To be able to be perfect with everybody.
Heard it before. Show me something new. Damn it, Bobby.
Then sure, someone is not going to find it that difficult.
Starstream's just telling it too.
Right side of the law, so we'll go ahead and let you into our transport guild. If on the other hand you're committing acts of piracy and murder and everything else, it's like, oh well, now I'm not sure that I actually want you in our organization, which adheres to all the laws of the nearby area and everything of that sort.
That element of being able to pick your side and do what you want to do in the game is something that, because of that, we want to allow in pretty much every piece of our content going forward.
It needs to be ingrained in the game.
Hey, Brooke, remind me later. I'm going to be in Long Island weekend after next. I got some questions for you.
Look, I have a suddenly box.
And to a large degree,
I have a box with
specific pieces of the tech, right? Which is the reputation system certainly plays a role. The lack of a reputation-based hostility system. We're still using the old faction system. For Xenothreat, that was literally the #1 reason why early in the process we nixed it. On Ninetales, we were literally within weeks of release, and it was going to bother me to put out a second.
Yeah, I don't know if you got any later friends I can hook up with.
Exact same limitations as the first, and so despite the fact that it was going to be an unattractive hack to fix it, I wanted to fix it. It completely changed the experience, and so it is what I was.
See if Rogue's got an easy friend she can hook me up with.
Some value out of it as soon and as quickly as we can. Convert the hostility system over to the proper reputational version. We'll do that, but in general, for the short run, we can continue to use this hack for some other missions that we have in the hopper.
And once we have that reputation version in, we will update Ninetales to handle that, and it will play better as a result.
Yeah, that's actually another point that I wanted to touch on a little bit, which is, so we did Xenothreat.
The eye.
We released it, and then
You gotta get used to this because it's complicated.
Basically transitioned automatically between them as opposed to being distinct, so that we could have the whole salvage process, and then you had the climactic battle, and it kind of rolled around, but there was still salvaging during the later part. On Ninetales, we basically released it, and you've already identified a number of shortcomings with it that you want to address, not just for 3.15, but even beyond that. And this is something. So I want to get to that in a second, but this is something that we're going to continue to do with a lot of these dynamic events. They're intended not as one-shot missions. You play them for a month, a quarter.
I'm still waiting for mine to copy over.
Lose interest and move to other stuff. The basic idea for these things is these events represent some sort of
archetype almost.
Yeah, well, I'd say they represent. It's almost like a customized chunk of gameplay. It's Pirates.
I just looked into Morphology's live stream with his watch party. Everyone's sitting there in trance. Nobody's saying anything. Somebody's left and there's just a mic in picture.
And the idea is that we'll have all of this information over within.
I wish I could see their screens if they go Tetris going.
Of these events, and we'll decide which one most closely matches that. We'll customize it as appropriate and then trigger it. And so the idea is that we're layering all of this custom handcrafted designer content onto this systemic background, and so we really get the best of both worlds. We get a nice logical systemic universe that ebbs and flows.
Yeah, you have to first undress yourself for to get. You cannot put on your undersuit before you have unequipped your helmet and your and your arms and your legs.
And so you really get both of these blended together. But back to Ninetales. So on 3.15, we're going to tweak a couple of the problems that you've identified. So you want to start with that?
They're relatively small things, honestly, just due to the schedule. It's probably the most impactful one and the one that I've seen the most people talking about. There is a portion of Ninetales on the lawful side where you can deliver medical supplies to the blockaded station for a bit of an extra reward. They will pay you a little bit more if you have a certain mission, and also their inventory is just very rapidly depleting, so you can pretty much always sell there, and you will be selling at the best price that they can offer. The problem that occurs there is that everybody buys all of the medical supplies.
After a society.
And while that's really cool on a realism statement, with the game in the state it is and with trading in the state it is, that means that a lot of people can't participate in that part of the mission, and that's problematic. Particularly at this point where we want to be testing how those play. We really want people engaging in that part of things. Those of you who were part of the first wave of Ivocati when it was first tested this way back might actually remember that we originally had shop modifiers on the places that were selling medical supplies to make it so that they had a higher inventory that refreshed fairly frequently so that everyone could kind of engage in that. We were asked to remove those so that we could emphasize the derelicts, which are around the station.
Are you here?
You can take medical supplies
I
off
hear you.
Because basically the
No, me.
so that
I hear
there was
someone
another
else.
way to get those medical supplies, but they didn't. It took so much more time that there was really no reason to do that if you could do
Well, it actually goes back to what you were talking about
Yes.
earlier, which is I can buy them instantaneously from the shop, and there's no loading time, and then I can move them over here, and I can instantly unload
Gotta
them.
check the-
If I had to physically pull them off, you could more easily balance these things. Whereas right now, I really do have to go manually pull each individual one off the derelict ship. So
Does the 400i have a hanger on the front?
The physicalized cargo expense on one side,
We will check
not
it.
on the other, and so in the end, sure, just
Let's see in the chat.
time, it's like it takes me 30 minutes to get 12 boxes this way, or I can go buy 50 boxes, in a split second.
Oh, no one is watching yet.
Some people might still do the derelict because they're fun, frankly. It's a fun little FPS raid, but a lot of people are going to look at the dollar signs and just go, okay, this is obviously the better option. That being said, we're probably going to put back in, it's actually a pretty easy, I left them in there because I had a feeling we might want them back. We're just
Let's see who's there.
Probably put those shop modifiers back in. We've seen how people play the derelicts. There's plenty of them in Xenothreat.
And this guy?
We want to see the trading, frankly.
Are you?
And so
Hello?
that will allow that to come back online. Another relatively small change
Someone else.
that is probably going to be coming in. We are seeing that many people are not engaging with the criminal side of things, and that is very much like the whole.
So
thing that
if you die, you lose all your armor?
For the purposes of helping performance.
We're going to have to
gets
better
lost.
entice them to basically fight them.
Exactly. We need to entice them. So that means.
Brooke, are you still playing with grenades?
Paid more than the other side. I'm probably going to up that even more. Frankly.
Okay.
They're going to become very lucrative. Hopefully, that is the short-term solution.
And this is where, like, ideally, help
Just checking before I load it and stay next to you.
Ideally, we would be able to offer other benefits of being in that organization, other things that some percentage of...
I never got the email, but I'm downloading the PTU through my laptop.
Building up your standing with them.
Which won't be for 315, but that is definitely where that is intended to go. The other thing that we might want there is a system to dynamically modify jurisdiction, because one of the big punish points that happens to a criminal when they are helping on that side in that area, despite the fact that Ninetales has supposedly taken over this area, when they get killed, they go to jail.
My wife can load pretty fast.
Frankly, we originally did want to make it so that you wouldn't get brought to jail, but there just wasn't enough time to fit the tech into the schedule. There still won't be for 315, but that is a longer-term thing that we want to have, is the ability to kind of dynamically modify these jurisdictions.
Can I loot you?
Yeah. Yeah. It was one we kind of saw coming, but frankly, it was good to have it confirmed, and now we can hopefully put some pressure on that happening.
Yeah, we have a lot of those. Like we added this, we had the shop modifiers. We had the
Let's go see the 400i.
The quantum lockdowns, through the dynamic events and stuff. We haven't yet added the ability.
Oh, the hospital.
The dynamic.
The hospital. You have to look at the hospital.
Was, as you said, we knew this
Yeah,
was
hospital.
going to be an issue. You can't necessarily get everything you'd like into every release, and so the point is, we got Ninetales out. You had some other longer-term things that you wanted to address as well. Can you talk about those?
Yeah, I have to buy all the equipment.
Things that will naturally happen, to be honest. Performance is still a big problem.
I do want to talk to the performance thing for a second, which is
the progress.
We basically generated something on the order of 120, 130 different individual gyros that people were using in the run up to Xenothreat. Because what inevitably winds up happening is we get performance to a certain level, and then we're basically adding more locations. We're basically enhancing the AI logic. We're adding new functionality, and so it's always a running battle.
Something is happening.
You're adding more stuff as you're making other stuff run faster.
Just let it happen.
We actually found ourselves.
I had my
with
headphones
Xenothreat, one of the
reversal.
reasons we held it for a couple of extra weeks was we wound up finding ourselves in a very bad spot to where there are inevitably there are problems now. We're very familiar with them. They were much worse.
What do you guys think about the 400i?
We fixed it was an endless litany of these things where it's like things showing up.
400i. Anybody have any thoughts on it?
200 milliseconds. Those are getting cut down to a millisecond here, 2 milliseconds. But there's just such a quantity, and so what I want to touch on a little bit is
I like the 890, but I wasn't a fan of the 600.
Some bits of tech, like part of the reason we were able to devote as much time to getting things back into at least what I'd call an acceptable state, not a great state. We've got a lot more work to do to get this thing to the level of performance we want. There's a lot of problems.
Come on, I cannot drive the wheelchair.
We absolutely positively want to deal with it. It drives us. We
I'm AFK.
we want to fix it. But as some of these people roll off of things like their
AFK maybe 15 minutes.
We're now getting to the point to where we can keep people focused on this particular problem for certainly a longer period of time than they've been able to do in the past.
It's just a matter of being focused.
That's exactly it. It's just a matter of picking the focus.
I want to see what happens if I get drunk. Intoxicated.
So your game's going to run as fast as your biggest bottleneck, and that's about it. Right? And you're going to hit the next one, the next generation, fix it until it was almost
special drug.
Deletion stalls, and it was impressive to see how quickly those guys were eradicating, some of these really
big
egregious,
performance. Don't be racist.
300-400 millisecond spikes going down.
Going down to 1 or 2 milliseconds.
Right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
We spend a lot of time crafting to make sure that these waves are coming at the appropriate amount of difficulty for the number of players that are there and all this stuff. And if the spawn queue starts to slow down, that kind of snarls. It just doesn't work. You can't design a great experience. You can design an okay experience, but not a great one.
As you know, on Ninetales, I know we played with this quite a bit. We definitely did on Xenothreat, where it's like, well, we want to bring in 10 guys at once to present a certain amount of challenge, but then you've got to spawn them all simultaneously, and so we wind up bringing them in one at a time. So we're basically distributing the spawn load over time. And while it's true that on average the amount of challenge you're going to face will be identical, there is a big difference between 10 ships showing up versus 1. And it was the same thing with the number of capital ships was originally large.
You know what will happen? Chris Roberts will just close off the CitizenCon, and then everybody pissed off.
And the existing ones will just improve, right? Those missions will almost become new beasts just by the very nature of that happening. And that's what when you say what is the long-term thing, that to me is the biggest thing, because a lot of these events will just.
I'm trolling the main chat.
What can I take with me?
What's the main chat got to say?
I'm trying to keep it very, very.
I mean, they're like, I'm falling asleep on my keyboard. We're talking the main chat in the Star Citizen stream, right?
I'm trying to have a very light hand,
so I was like, who's in charge of this? You lost 30% of your viewers. Pull the plug, do something, take some action. People are falling asleep. Watch parties are being like zombies. What are you doing? Who's in charge of this stuff?
And that will then it'll start to spit.
I don't care who they put in
happening. Yeah,
anything's gonna be better than this.
Collect it, put it on their ships, fly it away, whatever. But
somebody said yeah, but it's pre-recorded. What should they do? And I'm like,
very
whatever. Crisis management. There has to be some kind of plan B.
Sandy Gardner was very clear to say that she was not involved in the planning of this before this went live.
Okay.
I get why she was so adamant about that.
Right.
Not only because it's fun.
If you've seen this beforehand,
so essentially,
I mean, how do you even come to the conclusion that this is prime material for the CitizenCon? This is what we're going to use to build the, the feeling and the really.
It was always on, and it basically spit these things out at a certain frequency.
Outside of the fact that it was a bug.
Space bomb.
I'm sure there's a good place to have this conversation that they're having, but this is not the time and the place for it,
Because it's always the same. So let's talk a little bit about Jumptown V2 is being designed as a dynamic event, and it's also extremely configurable. So we're going to start with support for any of the drug labs, although that's really just a function of whether or not we could get environmental or team.
Frame rate is really good at this moment. Really, it is. This optimization.
The concept itself is pretty simple. It can be worked at all these different places.
Sure, but there's a lot of things we put a lot of thought into recording additional lines of dialogue to support different types of drugs or different types of commodities. You'll get some generic lines that can apply to all the stuff.
Anything.
22.
The lead-in time for getting that dialogue can be a little bit damaging to just quick ads. Frankly, we want to be able to just say during a quarter, hey, it'd be really cool if there was an underground facility that was pumping out data or metal or at a refinery, and we want people to fight over that, and we can just add that because we.
So we've got dynamism for Jumptown V2 with respect to location. We've got dynamism with respect to what exactly it's going to be pumping out. Another one that I wanted to support was the quantity. In other words, how long will this thing?
Let's see what kind of quantum drive that I can put in the.
Cargo or 1,000, 100 units of drugs, or 10,000. And this was something again. So it's been configured as a dynamic event to where it can have this information passed into it and then configure itself as a person
at runtime. Like that means whoever or whatever.
You cannot get that. Oh.
It currently is launched by a person who is literally like pressing a button on a page.
Okay.
And when they do, they can enter in a bunch of variables, and those will determine where it's happening, what it's spitting out, how long it's going to last, how fast.
Yeah, I'll actually talk about that a little bit later. To where right now, all of the events that we've launched so far are triggered, via Quasar, and a person goes in, specifies the event, specifies the inputs.
And you'll talk about it being
100%.
driven.
Junktown V2, another one of the specific.
I think they're going to redo the Starfarer.
To use it as the first test case for these systemic triggers, to where we can actually have quantum inject this information dynamically. And so, like right now,
what was the question?
Ninetales, and one of the complaints.
Do you think they're going to do a redesign on the Starfarer?
Oh, well, I mean, they're supposed to bring every ship up to gold state or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I'm guessing that means some sort of redesign.
The layout's just very clunky and a lot of wasted space.
Well, I guess gold standard means new cockpit and removable modules and stuff like that, but maybe not redesigning the space.
So I got the company pack and the Crucible and the Starfarer are the only two ships that I'm pretty wonky on.
How many players are basically dropping commodities off of this location? And if we have a dynamic event compatible,
For on the drive, but I cannot check out what quantum drive I have.
then we can go ahead and automatically trigger it and inject,
Let's see.
parameters into it so that it basically more accurately represents what's actually going on in that area.
Right now, we're just shortchanging that, but eventually, yeah.
That's actually, I like the whole Junktown concept, but my favorite aspect by far is the fact that it's being designed as a test case for some of this up and coming systemic technology on the back end, so that we can start to go, oh, at 3 a.m. conditions were met, and we're going to go ahead and trigger Junktown.
Did I got all the ships? Let's see. Looks like no, I'm missing. But not sure which. I'm missing, but I'm not sure which one.
We may inject, we can scale this however we want, such that when these conditions are met, do we take the total number of delivered drugs or whatever, multiply times 10, so we can basically turn it into
all in one crossfield.
An hour, a day, or 10 days, or whatever else. But we can add that variable factor.
I get that from Retaliator. I have only one Retaliator anymore.
There's actually going to be, it's going to depend upon what is really happening within the world, and that's going to cause it to be customized.
It's just something that's happening in the world. It's natural events triggering in the world.
You mentioned people saying like Ninetales wasn't happening enough, and they would log on and they would wait for it to happen. That is not the goal. The goal is I log on and I see something is happening. There should always be an event.
Have you any idea of the speed for the torrent is?
You log on, you want to do this particular thing, but also
yeah,
that's happening right
you know what? I will just please. The torrent, that's the default one in the 400i.
Like the Ninetales and stuff, where you're locking down an entire area, and all
then we have an idea what kind of
a region, and we're not allowing you to easily transport
torrent. Okay, default one.
Back and forth there, which basically starts knocking the prices up, which is why we added all the
what am I missing?
So that you can actually be enticed by
Phoenix.
this area that's been choked off.
I don't have the Asperia. What is it called? The Cartual. I don't have the Cartual. And I don't have any loaners. I see. Yeah, I don't have any loaners.
And it could be influenced by players or the back end simulation. It's something that we'll be able to balance. We'll be able to pull analytics from the back end. It's measurable, and it'll be something we can tune over time.
Another one on another point worth talking about on Jumptown.
Okay, spawning for all the night.
Directions forward is, and you and I have had this conversation.
See if I have the
I would like to eventually be able to have NPCs basically fill in the other side. Like now, one of the inherent flaws in it is it's purely PvP, right? Which is I go there, I basically control that area, I get the loot for as long as it's pumping it out, and unless other players come and try to basically kick you out of that area, it's a cakewalk. And what we would want to be able to simulate, obviously, is if players are not going there, would Quanta, over on the simulation side, would they be attracted to, this value generator? Of course they would. Great. At what rate? And what rate's going to depend upon what it's spitting out, what the street, value of that stuff is, how far it is from civilization. They have to travel, etc. And so the point would be that.
And I have the E2.
Just as we were talking about earlier, we want to,
but I don't have the ship.
On either side, saying we'll use NPCs to basically, to balance it however we want. In this case, if there are 0 players on the
Let's talk.
Side trying to take it over, well, we're gonna have to fill those ranks with NPCs.
That being said, one of the things that is called out very often as being an exciting portion of Jumptown, the original, was going there and not knowing if you were going to find resistance. That on the edge of your seat a little bit. There's that. It's too quiet, so it won't always be
100%. But you don't need that uncertainty. Doesn't necessarily need to only come as a result of whether or not players are willing to do it. We can have uncertainty on the NPC side and say maybe we will, maybe we won't. Basically, have them solve. Maybe they'll come in a straggler, one guy at a time. Maybe they'll come in a big coordinated group of 12 NPCs, all in
Let's go for
armor,
flight.
armed to the tooth, and and you'll basically be doing your absolute best, to hold that, calling your friend, et cetera, et cetera. The point is, like right now, unless
turn off the hints of the where you enters.
Set those.
Yeah, I have to turn it on. Yeah.
Some players on some servers will never get that cool experience of a whole burst of guys, arriving at one shot, or the stragglers. Now, if players are basically going in there attacking, well, sure, I've already got 20 players on this side. Maybe I don't need to throw any other NPCs out to.
But it's still not visible.
Fire, frankly.
Or maybe you want to throw.
Players were very creative in the first one.
Yeah, and that's honestly what I'm really looking forward to is what is the tools that have been added to the sandbox at this point. It's such a simple event. I really am looking forward to seeing how they handle it.
I think I'm gonna call it
in a land vehicle, and you can set up a tank or.
I'm gonna call it 7 hours. No, enough.
You can. If you're stupid and you leave your ship.
But yeah, it's been great hanging out with everybody.
Early stages of Ninetales about the fact that it's a drug lab.
So yeah, I mean, pretty cool.
How do I get this? I still don't see it.
Produced a lot of them at that location, and so who would be one of the most logical
On
people to
the
come in
PTU.
and take back control? It would be the guys that that basically.
I'm almost downloaded.
Had control of that drug lab. It'd be whatever criminal organization we want to basically have that thing.
Or a competition.
100%. And so you could see, players are in there basically, reaping the rewards. Another, player team assaults them, and now the much larger threat comes, and the players, it could be a 3-way. The players can team up with each other to basically hold them off and then smooth the goods.
No, that's a cargo.
So the real point to my mind is it just comes back to this configurability, which is I want to.
Yeah, we
be
can
able to
take that.
vary the location, vary the the type of material, vary the quantity of that material, and the frequency with which it's produced. I want to be able to vary the challenges you'll face trying to basically hold it, and all of a sudden that starts to become representative of what we're trying to do with all these different dynamic events, which is we want to make templates that we can. I always call it object-oriented content creation. It's such a common concept over on the coding side. You don't really see much focus over on the content creation to basically put all of these rules and procedures and processes in place so that you can basically build nice modular chunks of content and easily link them to other pieces so that you're not reinventing the wheel every time you're doing this. Like a good, a good example is the spawn clauses that we're doing, over for some of the infiltrator missions that we'll be talking about. It's like that's absolutely going to play a factor in some of these, future iterations of things, like whether it's Ninetales. You could see Ninetales eventually.
All right, take care, guys. See you around.
Cheers.
All right.
Bye-bye. We can create them over time. We can basically change
or taking over the station. Like there's so many things you can do with that. So
yeah,
okay, let's.
Supposed to be going on.
This guy is.
Can't choose where it's spawn.
All right, let's bring Luke into the conversation.
Yeah, I cannot choose where to spawn.
The Xenothreat event around March of 2020, and it took about a year to get it out the door. We knew that it was going to be extremely difficult because we were missing so much of what we needed, including everything from the dynamic mission service that would drive the back-end logic,
about to take off.
target prioritization for turrets, functional countermeasures, tons of dialogue, and countless other things. Part of the allure, though, was that in one shot, we'd have a great test case for a litany of important features, like battles far larger than anything we'd previously done, and a testbed for creating missions that supported a variety of different playstyles, like ship-to-ship combat and salvaging. So, Luke, from your perspective, what were some of the big lessons we learned from Xenothreat?
Well, Xenothreat was our first attempt at a large-scale fleet battle, so we learned a lot. The biggest takeaway was that we needed to develop our overly simplistic friendly fire system, which was leading to players receiving unfair crime stats and being kicked from the mission. So in the recent re-release of the event, we made major improvements to our fire detection and tolerances, which drastically cut down on unfair crime stats according to the feedback we received. What's great is this kind of change improves the whole game, not just the event. It paves the way for more large-scale space battles in the future.
I want to go a location that is more clear.
Luke, as the performance gradually improves over the next few quarters, what sort of things would you most like to change about Xenothreat?
I think most people would expect my answer to be throw more AI at the player, but it might be that when performance improves, our AI becomes much.
Now I'm getting permission denied.
Towards reducing their numbers, and this balancing is always the most difficult part of mission creation. The AI's performance can be wildly different on our local servers versus what it might be like on a text live server. And if a mission is too easy, it's not.
Yeah, with permission denied, it wasn't even I don't want to launch the game.
We were happy with the balancing we achieved, but it wasn't quite what we hoped for. Once performance is improved, we hope to rebalance and deliver the experience we intended.
Luke, we've invested a lot of engineering effort into our spawn closet tech, which allows us to precisely and intelligently push NPCs into and out of an area. The first major test of this tech will be the infiltrator class of missions, which I wanted to provide much more varied and challenging FPS situations than anything we've previously seen. To that end, we can now determine at runtime the type and number of NPCs we want to insert at a location, often at the behest of Quantum. We can also apply a litany of rules to the spawning, like how many can be active at once, how the spawn rate changes when an alarm has gone off, and whether a boss might be found wandering the area with his guards or only after they've all been dispatched. The mission template supports a wide variety of objectives, ranging from killing everyone at that location to only killing select individuals, to protecting NPCs from any harm, to hacking computers, to extracting designated materials. Can you go over some of these mission variations in more detail?
Of course, Tony. The underground facilities were the locations we chose for our first implementation of spawn closets, so this is where players will find new missions, as well as some existing missions that have been vastly improved by the addition of spawn closets and non-combatants. One of the new missions sends players to kill a heavily armed target who only shows himself once his crew have arrived. Another involves the players searching a friendly facility for a number of boxes identified using information provided from their mobile device. At any point during the mission, small enemy assaults can be triggered, and the thing I love about this one is that players can shoot the point of fire down the facility's defenders being able to repel them. And the last one I'd like to mention is, thanks to spawn closets, we now have our first FPS defend mission where players join friendly AI defending a facility from multiple waves of enemies. And the nice thing about this one is that in addition to the basic mission reward, players also receive bonuses for the AI who survived to the end.
Some of the benefits from this mission template are coming from smarter use of existing tech, like more modular subsumption logic, and some of it stems from new features like the spawn closets. Luke, how has the design setup of the infiltrator scenario varied from what you've done in the past?
Well, spawn closets have had a dramatic effect on the types of missions we can build. Without them, we were unable to spawn AI mid-mission, as we couldn't risk them spawning out of thin air without warning, as that's really unfair on players. Thanks to spawn closets, we can now spawn reinforcement waves and spring ambushes anytime we want, with players able to recognise where AI is likely to reinforce from. Not only does this allow us to build brand new mission types, it allows us to spawn manageable amounts of AI and only reinforcements when those are dead, to better balance the difficulty of the encounter. And you mentioned we're building our logic in a modular fashion, and the eliminate boss feature is already because we have essentially eliminate specific objectives and combine them to create a new experience where players must draw their target out of hiding by first killing all of his crew.
Luke, another mission template we're currently working on is called Rescue Transport, and it revolves around getting NPCs to a specified location. One of the variations allows the NPC to request personal transport via a service beacon, just like a player, to a designated location. Other variations involve adding assorted complications to getting the NPCs on board your ship.
Okay, let's
like
see where do I
unlocking
go?
the prison door to release them, safely escorting them back to your ship for transport to
Yeah, where do we go?
Longer term, we're going to add support in this mission template for a lot of other combinations, like having to drag unconscious characters onto your ship and back to a hospital and trying to lead NPCs through a burning ship. Luke, where do we stand with the current implementation of this, and what remains to be done before we can push it out the door?
And gonna try Shubin mining facility.
A working prototype in which AI can be asked to follow, wait, and take a seat aboard your ship. And even with this rudimentary setup, we've been able to flesh
I hope that I don't hit the planet.
We've got some effort to make sure that the mission is more than a delivery mission where the box has legs, so the client has patience and can wear thin. Your timber rating will be calculated based on performance. We're also developing AI models to deal with what happens should the player decide to kidnap them. The rescue mission module is designed in such a way that it can work in conjunction with
Okay.
things like infiltrators.
Seems
meaning
looking
that you can
nice.
easily inject some obstacles in your way, like a base full of captors. These missions will drive the development of AI following, so once complete, we'll be able to leverage that throughout the rest of the game.
I want to pivot now and give an update on some of the systemic functionality that I detailed last spring. I said that we were soon going to have quantum controlling a few select bits of the universe, and that we were going to be very measured in the rollout. We remain on track to activate these changes with 3.16 at the end of the year, and this initial release will allow quantum to dictate 3 encounter frequencies, the prices of 3 commodities, and everything related to combat assist service beacons. As the simulation is refined and more of the linkage to the game is completed, we will expand the scope of these early tests and enable quantum to play an ever larger role in shaping the universe. So let's go over how the gameplay experience is set to change. Probability volumes dictate how the likelihood of an encounter type varies within that region, and historically that information has always been static. Dynamic events, introduced in early 2021, allow that data to be changed by mission logic, but still don't support systemic modulation. You can see the frequency curve for pirate activity in red on the screen here, and the long and short of it is that no matter how many pirates you, your friends, or the entire community kill, the likelihood of encountering a pirate at this spot right here would always be about 5% per minute, and farther out, right about there, the odds would drop to 2%. Now, let's see what happens when we activate quantum and it starts to provide real-time guidance.
Well, you guys take care. I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat.
To the game servers.
Bye.
As is often the case with such demonstrations, the simulation is running at an exaggerated rate of speed so that I can easily illustrate some key points. The first thing you'll notice is that the fixed pirate curve just flatlined because quantum says
You have to contact ATC to land?
there are some valuable materials on the surface of Cellin though, and that's starting to attract some quantum miners represented in
Yeah.
green. The distribution of the miners determines the shape of the green curve, and the quantity determines the amplitude.
No.
With the value of the ore available on Cellin Sky
I just
high
landed
and no
at
threat in sight, the number of miners
earlier,
continues
about
to increase,
a couple
and we're
hours
seeing
ago.
the encounter curve changing to reflect that. Pirates are drawn to high concentrations of wealth with minimal security, though, and are starting to swarm into the area, and as they do, you can see the red pirate curve adjusting. Quanta security, represented in blue, is drawn to conflict, and is thus often a lagging indicator of criminal activity. So, at this point, there are several distinct things happening. The number of miners in the area is still increasing, but the rate of increase has slowed dramatically as they start to weigh the increased risk of piracy. The number of
I'm not
pirate
landing here.
systems
There's too much
sufficient value in the area
storm.
to attract them, and not yet sufficient security to dissuade them. The number of security forces continues to rise because the pirate problem is raging out of control, and thus security pay in this area has gone through the roof. This trend continues for a while until finally the risk of piracy gets too high and the quantity of miners starts to drop. The pirates are doing their own independent mental calculus and still see sufficient value in the area, even once the miners start to fall off, to continue increasing their numbers, but that simply speeds up the rate of decline in the miners, while at the same time, the threat from security continues to grow. So, eventually, the number of pirates in the area begins to fall off as well. As the threat of piracy begins to subside, the impact gradually ripples through the economy, lowering the rate of pay and demand for security services. The quantity of security forces streaming into the area eventually peaks too then and begins to decline. If you watch the curves, you'll see a rhythmic action to it all, with miners looking for high-value ore in safe areas, pirates searching for unprotected wealth, and security chasing conflict. 3 different but very interdependent calculations. The system is always searching for equilibrium, and just as in a real economy, sometimes overshoots a bit in one direction or the other, which ultimately equates to opportunity for the thinking player. NPC combat assist service beacons have historically been generated via probability.
Yeah, if there is some significant,
that I just covered. The odds of a request for combat assistance.
if there is serious session after this, when Chris Roberts do something, yeah.
To illustrate what's changed, let's jump back to quantum. The miners are back in force, but there aren't yet any pirates, and thus there aren't any requests for combat assistance. Just as previously occurred, though, the pirates are going to slowly sniff out this opportunity and begin gravitating to this location. As their numbers increase, so will the odds of conflict with the miner, and thus the likelihood of combat
fly
assistance.
towards Tamar.
You can see a few contracts now represented by the icon.
Yeah, me too.
Quantum is dictating how many
It was that was my first thought, but I was thinking about with the items that are all located here. Yeah, we can buy anything.
So, every contract that you're seeing pop up, which is a direct
if we
result of the
die.
amount of conflict happening within quantum, can be seen and accepted by someone within the actual game. Security has started to show up, but isn't yet a major force, and the risk of piracy has gotten so great that some of the miners have decided to exit.
Let's see your fastest quantum drive.
That one's done.
Both the quantity of miners and pirates, and clamped by the minimum of either. So, as the miners depart, the number of outstanding beacons drops. Security has now reached the point where it's really starting to deter the pirates, and the reduced number of miners is just adding fuel to the fire. So now the number of pirates starts to fall off pretty dramatically, which also impacts the total number of active beacons and instantiation frequency.
Not my finest
Player
work,
actions are
but
fed back into quantum, such that if a lot of beacons are accepted and the NPC is successfully defended in the game, the security risk as perceived by the pirates in quantum will increase, thus affecting their sense of whether the risk justifies the reward. This means that not only will the system ebb and flow of its own accord, but your actions within the game will directly impact the simulation. And
that part is easy, almost no support at all.
There's one other important thing that I want to
You
mention.
print them standing.
The additional context.
Middle part okay,
We now
and
know
this
exactly
part
who issued the request for combat assistance.
it came loose, so I'm missing about 5 centimeters.
All of this information can be packaged up and associated with the beacon so that when and if a player accepts the contract, the instantiated mission.
And the back piece, oh, there's so much support, it's crazy.
Okay, the quantum drive of the
The
ship
shop
is
service
good.
has always had the ability to modulate the price of commodities based upon things like the amount of inventory on hand and its rate of change, but we haven't really exploited that feature
Yeah,
for
it's
some of the
pretty-
basics like fuel and HPMC, which is the material required to effect repairs on a ship.
It's already glued.
One of the reasons for this is that
Yeah,
it's one thing
just
to have
waiting
stable
for the-
commodities fluctuate in value according to some algorithmic logic that doesn't consider anything beyond the confines of that particular shop. But it's quite another when those materials are critical to playing the game. Now that we can properly gauge demand based upon factors external to the shop, though, even if the simulation logic still needs a lot of work, we're going to flip the switch and let the prices of fuel and repair materials start to undulate. So let's bring quantum up again. The Tram and Myers mining outpost on Cellin has been selected so that we can see its real-time prices for plasma fuel, quantum fuel, and HPMC. Keep an eye on these prices as the quanta arrive on scene. A few of the miners miners are from distant locales and will be looking to top off their quantum fuel tanks, and that increased consumption is causing prices to trickle up just a bit. Plasma fuel is jumping quite a bit more, though, because it's in constant demand due to the fact that the miners routinely have to traverse the surface of the moon looking for valuable deposits of ore to extract. The price of HPMC has
I'm trying the camera mode.
area, but that's about to change. The pirates have started to arrive and attack the miners, and that means that there are going to be some damaged ships that require repairs, and the price will continue to rise as the amount of conflict grows. Pirates require fuel too, and most of their need revolves around the plasma they'll use to engage ships in close proximity, so it's starting to get fairly expensive. Security forces have now started arriving in force, which means even more conflict in the area, which is why the price of HPMC has finally started to take off. Security forces burn a lot of plasma fuel hunting for pirates, and this is proving to be more demand than the local stores of inventory can satisfy. This means temporary shortages and skyrocketing prices until either the demand abates or the economy rebalances to ensure a more regular supply of fuel to this area.
Steps for humanity.
Up until now, all of our dynamic events have been manually triggered by someone loading up Quasar, selecting an event, specifying the input variables, and activating it. This works fine for major events that are intended to run for a long time, but it's problematic when the event needs to run multiple times per day or only when specific conditions warrant or needs to be customized based upon the current state of the universe. The solution to this problem is systemic triggers, which are small analytical programs that let us specify what sort of conditions within quantum warrant the creation of a dynamic event and allow that event's inputs to be mapped to all sorts of simulation state. I'm going to bring quantum up one last time and highlight the location of the 3 drug labs within the Stanton system. Raven's Roost is on Microtech's moon Calliope. Jumptown is on Crusader's moon Yella.
I don't know if that is...
For this test, I've removed all commodities except for drugs, and thus any green quanta you see moving around are focused on moving these illicit narcotics. A systemic trigger has been set up that monitors the total drugs purchased at any of the drug labs, which you can see in the graphs below the star map. If the total amount of drugs
which location did you choose?
Over a period of time exceeds the specified
No, we're going to Daimar. The location is New Babbage.
Sold would be passed to the event as inputs, which the mission logic might use for any manner of things, such as temporarily overriding the shopping data at that site for the duration of the event. The shop service that communicates with the game servers is linked to Quantum, and thus all player transactions in the game are filtered back into the simulation, and their purchases are therefore just as relevant to the totals as those initiated by Quanta. All of the drug labs are seeing
I cut it up. It came cut up.
Reach the threshold. Some red pirates have started moving into that area now, though, and the green freighters have started to flee. It looks like they've decided to focus on Raven's Roost, and you can tell by the constant level of elevated purchases that they're probably going to trip the trigger pretty soon.
Yeah.
That's
I just found the way it was that used the less, at least amount of support as possible.
And below that, you can see the input parameters that it was sent, which include the Raven's Roost location and a numeric value
Because the support is a bitch to get away, get off.
Actual Jumptown V2 logic uses to configure how many free units of drugs the location will produce over the lifetime of the event. The ultimate purpose of systemic triggers, then, is to allow us to easily and programmatically dictate when and exactly how handcrafted custom content will be layered onto the background tapestry driven by quantum systemic logic. As our library of dynamic events grows and the sophistication of the simulation evolves, you'll eventually find that it's difficult to tell where one system ends and another begins, and the whole experience will just feel more engaging and unique than what either technology could deliver by itself.
I had to listen to the talk of Sonny Z second time. Now I didn't listen at all.
To really transform the gameplay experience. Until next time.
Shoot.
In half an hour.
Most like it talk was it? Now we can't more than we want.
So that's it. We're done. That's the whole show.
Is there something?
Another
Something?
bag. This one's a little different than others. but still,
Oh,
our chance
special
to
thanks
come together
to
safely,
Apologies for
shared
this
interests
special.
and commitment to
Okay,
make
they're
this
showing
citizen
something.
everything we all want it to be.
No,
So what did we learn this year?
no.
You thought I was gonna do it.
I
But I gotta bust
I
those
think
big
that
words,
is
right?
what will be already out.
If I had to guess what we learned that I'm just the lucky one that gets to sit here in front of the work of dozens of others putting today together, themselves in front of the work of hundreds more who dedicate their efforts day in and day
Send me a
out.
friend request or something.
Bestest damn space game ever.
Yeah.
It's my honor.
Let's see.
And that of the team that here to represent their work every week, every month, and every year. For CitizenCon 2951, I'm Jared Huckabee. Until next year, have fun, be safe, tell those you love that you love them.
So I did add contact.
I love you, John. And now here's Chris Roberts to take us home.
Well, I hope all
Did you get?
enjoyed everything you saw today.
Finally, Chris Roberts shows
we've
up.
Achieved so far, what we're working on, what we're doing in the future.
Well,
and
Robert shows up in half an hour.
Be able to get in depth and show and discuss a lot of that today.
Thought Sandy was going to show up this time
I just wanted
too.
to tell each and every one of you how much we appreciate all of you, your support, dedication, the hours you put into playing the game, giving us feedback, putting up with crashes and server disconnections and all the frustrating things that you get when it's an alpha, as we're striving to make the best game.
Why they zoom in so close? They're trying to show off all his wrinkles.
Possibly can make now. That's kind of where we're going. From myself and the team at CIG, we're incredibly lucky to be in this position because I think no one else in gaming has the luxury that we do to really sort of dream for the stars and build something of the ambition that Star Citizen is.
You guys want to go bombing?
Than I imagined at the beginning, but the game we're building is far more complicated, far bigger.
Dude, you don't want to be in the air.
Somebody has to be on the ground.
Bomb in the air.
But it's because of your guys' support and everyone at CIG.
I don't know if you've seen a size 10 freaking torpedo yet.
Work on the game that gets to do all these things people don't say.
It's a Moab.
We've got to make it for this quarter. It's got to come out.
We're talking shockwaves on the ground and people getting blown over.
It's like, no, we want the best game possible. That's all we at CIG care about, and that's all you guys care about.
A bunch of guys were blowing themselves up testing out the stupid bomb.
Really, myself and everyone at CIG appreciate that. So thank you.
Well, I have the A2.
Really looking forward to doing this in person for you guys next year, as opposed to digitally, and hopefully, all things, fingers crossed, we'll get on the other side of the pandemic.
If you're too close to the ground.
So, for me,
Is that okay?
thank you
No.
for watching.
Oof. No, I'm still continue.
Still waiting for that invite.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
that's
was it. It's over.
That's okay. It's okay for me. Wait, I'm almost there. What did they say? Is it over? That's it. That's it. Bye bye.
Okay, where do you get your clothes now? In your hab? Where do you get dressed?
Chillin'.
Where is my armors? Yeah, I hear you. I see it.
Yeah.
Okay, now some stuff is showing up. So where do I get? How do I put them on? Roger, Roger.
Yeah. I'm landed.
I missed the closing remarks by Chris. Anything interesting? Oh my god, what a letdown.
Yeah, it's all in live in the verse. Everything is in live in the verse, and it is
Well, we got a new bottle.
more like inside Star Citizen.
Alright, I'm loading into the PTU.
What did he say? That's it.
And thanks for the hash.
No Big Bang.
We're gonna check. Okay, that's a tube. I found it.
Okay, I get it. Because I have a javelin now. You don't want to play with me, huh?
Now, I hope that they bringing a lot of systemic gameplay, like locally, like on base and AI, and that it has to come. Like the mission with the crypto algorithm. Can I even spawn?
Alright, where's everybody at?
See?
I'm all alone. Nobody beside me.
Oh, it's all located here, and I have to claim everything if I want to have something. Yeah, I have only the grey cat. Yeah, because I have nothing at all. Because I have Ursa, so I shoot out.
Alright, I can't select the primary residence. How did you guys fix this?
TV. Oh gosh. I can claim. Yeah. And if I claim. Oh gosh.
So take it out and play with it. Got it. Okay.
Okay. I'm claiming the talon, and let's see if I can fly from it with the talon from it.
Yeah, somebody forgot to put a button on my 400.
Yeah, that's also a loner. Where's the Karek?
Yeah, how the hell do I get in?
There's 2 buttons on
Let's
the
see.
nose.
Did I have the Karek?
On the nose gear, there's buttons.
Jiggle the handle.
And the cargo door has a button right next to the door.
I see him. You just gotta caress him a little bit. Damn, I like the look of this one.
That's taking forever. Yeah, I'm looking for the my ships. What I have. I should have the Karek. The Hammerhead is loner. What? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just I want to die, not yet. The ship is not showing up. Is Damer? No, is Crusader better now? Yeah. Can I? Let's see. Ship is not showing up. Let's fly somewhere else. Yeah, let's do that. I want to fly the ship. Okay. Let's see. Nice. Check the check. You know how much there's inside. Yeah. Polygon bullet.
Man, I love the look of the 400.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, he said what I was looking for. 3 entrances in this ship. It is not very fast. It doesn't accelerate. Yeah, it's the other side.
Hot and spicy to a new level.
Still can't clear this issue to get in. Where are the shaders at?
Client 0, yeah. Client 0, yeah. Client 0, then you should see it there.
Don't hit the station.
Alright, what am I doing to my shaders folder? And then do I need to re-verify files?
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
You blow it. Below, yeah.
Man, this ship reminds me of Star Wars.
Which one?
Heck yeah.
You mean the Liberator?
Yep.
Ah, yes.
The menu.
Oh, we can land. Yeah. Go to menu. Oh, wait. Yeah, I will request land. Okay, I'm requesting landing. Oh, yeah, I will land it. Okay. Okay. Landed. See it. don't get messages that I am landed. Yeah. I see it. Yeah. Let's see.
I still can't get through the home screen.
Still getting used to it.
Your servers are drunk.
Gonna get me some clothes. My usual stuff. Yeah, don't have the hammer out. The anvil carrick is also not in my position. I only have a Valkyrie. Yeah.
Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. I think you're gonna be
5 of these. Will be stored, so.
Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. Nice choice.
Made it onto your server.
Nice. Let's see.
Damn it, let me choose a primary residence already. Still no.
Yeah, you gotta choose a permanent resident, yeah?
No. Like, see, nobody had the same issue.
Yeah, but I just revalidated and validated and then went in, do a little character customization, and then I got in.
I did all that. Damn it.
Yeah, and then now you gotta choose where you want to spawn and all that stuff, and then you get. First time you just spawn in, you can't befriend anybody. You gotta spawn in and get in, and then get out again, and then you can join us.
Yeah, but I don't get the option to choose a primary location.
Oh,
That's why I'm stuck. That's why I'm stuck.
Okay, turn it off again. Completely off everything. Character customization, and then try it again. Well, no character customization this time. Just get in.
Crossfields, baby, crossfields. What are they shooting at? I'm just changing. Yeah, like the executive. What's this called? Odyssey 2 execute undersuite exec. Oh, so one additional backpack.
Still no joy, Admiral.
Play around with character customization. Change to 6 or something like that.
I did. I think I'm a transgender at this point.
Yeah, I look great again.
Well, then I'm out of options, man.
Yeah. I'll just keep playing with it. That's all I can do. I got some big old titties.
Well, golly.
Can I buy a lot of weapons? Like, what do we want to buy? Sniper rifle. Size 2, and it was good. No, I didn't add need for crossfield. It's fast enough. Maybe not so fast, also like crossfield, but it is good enough. I think it is. It is one that is pre-equipped with only the 409. Let's see. Oh, I can only select the 400i here. Oh shit! I can only look at my 400i here. Yeah. Yeah. Just de-equip the paint. Yeah. So my torrent, I have a torrent drive. Jeez. So let's see. Let's see. Let's see, Stanton, Damer. What do I see? What I have? Nothing. Vehicles. It's not weaponry. Vehicle weapons. Paint. Come on, paint. That's gonna be funny. All this logistics.
I got both the limiter and the 400. Yeah, mounted and upgraded. Yeah, it's a small. Yep.
What are you doing? You're lying on the floor. Yeah. No, I can't do anything.
What's your 20? Yeah, well, where's Kobe? Roger, Roger.
I'm gonna check out the chat in Synchronizer's Discord. Gonna request opinion. Huh? Yeah, at this moment, yeah. Oh, no, I know. I don't think so.
Would deleting my profiles do anything? What, just keep playing with the character creator? Yeah, I just keep hitting the randomization button.
Yeah, you're standing up. So, yeah. Let's see what happens.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah.
I'll try this thing.
Oh, yeah.
Just give me a mark, man.
I'm gonna have to get used to that, man. Medical pen. Is this what I... So that is what I have locally. What is this? Personally. So, oh god damn it! You gotta drag that with you. So I only have the things that I bought here with me. So if I want a medical pen, I have to buy it here and equip it in my personal storage.